Hannah's Rakehell Duke. Book 4 in the Heir and Despair series. By Fiona Myers. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Prologue. 15 years earlier.
I care for her deeply. I refuse to deny it.
Young Lord John Dunford, second son of the Duke of Arrow, cringed as he heard his father's strident voice through the wall. Despite his misgivings, he moved closer to listen, ignoring the inner whisper that warned him he would regret the decision. With his attention on his parents, the pie plate he had stolen from the kitchen inadvertently slipped from his hands, falling softly onto the plush rug. As he knelt to pick it up by the partially open door of the small parlour where he'd hidden to eat his pie treat, he glanced up to see his mother storm out of his father's study into the hallway. Her face was red and angry-looking, shiny with tears. She whirled back to face her husband, just as John jumped to his feet and slid to the side, pressing his shoulder blades against the wall. He stood frozen on the spot, unable to escape without being spotted.
"How can you say you care for her? She's a whore!"
His mother screamed the words, her voice high-pitched and outright ugly. John had never heard a lady scream like that before, and it filled his belly with nausea. There was a loud cracking noise, a thud, and then a whimper. John jumped, his heart thundering in his ears like the hooves of 1,000 horses. Did Papa just hit Mamma? The argument raged on. From listening to their raised, angry voices, John understood that Papa had a woman with whom he was in love, and that it was breaking Mamma's heart. How could his father do that? How could falling in love make someone act so strangely? So violently? This was very upsetting indeed.
"Don't call her a whore. You know nothing of her or what she has endured. She is as necessary to me as breathing, and her place in my life is assured. As for you, my dear, we both know that ours is a dutiful union of convenience. Nothing more."
His father's tone of voice made John's stomach flip-flop. Papa sounded so cold toward his mother, and yet so passionate. So stupid.
"But I'm your wife,"
sobbed the Duchess of Arrow. John wrapped his arms around his middle at the raw emotion he could hear in his mother's voice. She was quite horrible to him most of the time, and yet it seemed there must be more emotion in her heart than he had ever thought possible.
"It doesn't matter."
His father's voice was dismissive.
"Our parents made us marry. You have your children, the title of Duchess, and a life of status and comfort. What more do you want? Why do you cry? I have not wronged you."
The sobbing was now painful to hear, tearing at John's tender heart. Holding his breath and praying not to be heard, he started to edge toward the window. Perhaps he could climb out and run around to the servants' entrance to sneak up to his room without his parents catching him.
"She will live in the dower house at Hampshire."
John gasped, then covered his mouth with his hand. Had he just heard correctly? His father was going to have his mistress live within earshot of his mother. Papa couldn't possibly do that. Could he?
"You can't do that. The Hampshire estate is my home. It cannot be hers. What will the servants and tenants say? There will be a huge scandal in local society. Our family name will be ruined. I won't allow it. I simply won't."
His father chortled.
"You have no choice in the matter. We shall simply explain that she is a distant kinswoman whose husband was killed serving in an overseas campaign. If you don't wish to accompany me to the estate when the season is over, then I fully intend to respect your decision. You may stay in London."
"No, Charles! Please! You must be discreet."
"I intend to be. I shall never openly associate with her, so be grateful you are allowed on the Hampshire estate at all."
John swallowed hard, not sure what all of this meant. But he knew it wasn't good. The sinking feeling in his gut confirmed his worry. Things were changing, and it was not for the better. He managed at last to climb out the window and rushed around the side of the house. He didn't need to find the servants' entrance after all. The larger sitting room had its doors flung wide open, no doubt to let in the fresh afternoon air, so he scurried back inside, all the way to the main staircase. He ascended the stairs 2 at a time, a plan forming in his head. He didn't want to be like his father. Women were obviously the problem here. Loving them caused a man to lose his mind and do ridiculous things. Things that hurt other people. He couldn't have that. He would not have it. There was only one way to make sure this never happened to him. John's young heart constricted in his chest as he made a silent inner vow to be different to his father. He would make sure that no woman ever got close enough to him to find a place in his heart. Ever. Chapter 1. "Who is the young lady visiting you at present, Charlotte?" asked Lord John Dunford, swallowing back the bile that rose in his throat. His sister and her husband were truly nauseating. They stroked each other constantly and made eyes across the table at every meal. He'd never seen such a besotted pair. And to think that Archie had, once upon a time, been John's best friend. Charlotte and Archie, the present Earl and Countess of Totherham and future Marquess and Marchioness of Hunting, finally looked away from each other. In the end it was Archie who addressed his query, not Charlotte. "She's my cousin, Hannah Turner. She arrived yesterday evening," Archie murmured idly, stroking Charlotte on the back of the neck with his fingers. John glared at the man whom he'd once considered a friend. There was a time and a place for such affection, he thought, and it was certainly not at the dining table during meal times, when other people were present. Archie cleared his throat under John's glare and dropped his hand away. "Really, John?" Charlotte snapped, her eyes flashing dangerously. "If you don't like how we are with each other, you can go back to off-season London and enjoy the resulting boredom that comes with it." John ignored his sister's snide comment, shifting in his chair. He had nowhere else to go, and they all knew it. "Tell me about your cousin, Archie. Surely there must be something here to amuse me while visiting my sister." "Hannah," Archie said again, a winsome smile stretching across his usually solemn face. John's gaze darted across to Charlotte to find the same look on her face. How odd. "Hannah is, well." Archie twisted his wrist in the air as though searching for the right word to describe his cousin. "American," Charlotte finished for her husband. "Really? Well then, I am intrigued." John had never met an American woman before, and he had heard they were indeed an unusual breed. "Is she a widow?" he asked hopefully. Perhaps Hannah was the perfect someone to take his mind off the fact that his life was in a veritable shambles. His 3 best friends had all married themselves off, and he had been left standing alone. Not only had they been bound into wedlock, which would have been tolerable, but they had all made love matches. They had stopped drinking and carousing, and were generally so smitten with their beloved wives it was sickening to be around any of them. Even the Honourable Rupert Willoughby, heir apparent to the Earl of Sweeting, a man who'd drunk his way through every brothel in London, was now up to his neck in love. John now had nowhere to go before the London season commenced, unless he wanted to witness all the canoodling by his former drinking buddies and their wives. He'd spent his adult years visiting his friends' homes, because his family estate in Hampshire was too awkward and uncomfortable to stay for longer than a few days. His mother became more and more resentful every year, owing to the long-term presence of her husband's mistress, who was firmly ensconced in the dower house. Because of this discord, his father spent more and more time with the other woman. It was not a pleasant situation. Archie had his family's magnificent home in Kent, and John had always been welcome there, for which he was grateful. But John could barely tolerate Archie and Charlotte's company nowadays. It was bad luck for him, because he was out of choices. Oliver and Sarah, the Duke and Duchess of Lincoln, were at their own grand country estate with their 2 sons, and Rupert had taken his beautiful new wife to France. Hannah is yet unmarried, but looking for a match this coming season. Her father, a distant cousin of mine, contacted me last year, and I offered to sponsor her, Archie said, giving John a meaningful stare. A virgin? Damn. He wasn't going near her then. John laughed, trying to ignore the meaning behind Archie's stare and release some of his built-up tension. If Archie thought that John would be married off any time soon, let alone to a virginal American, he was setting himself up to be sorely disappointed. "I'm glad I can meet her first then, Archie," he joked. "I can warn her to keep away from the dangerous Rakehells who haunt London." John chuckled again as unease flickered over his friend's face. Archie needn't worry. What the hell was John going to do with a virgin? What could he do other than flirt with her to annoy Archie? "I think that would be an excellent idea," Charlotte said, surprising him with her compliance. She and Archie shared an unreadable look before Charlotte placed her hands on the table and leaned toward John. "Hannah should be back in the stable by now. Go and introduce yourself, brother." "Are you certain?" Archie murmured to his wife. "Think about it, dear husband. Just think." Slowly, a smile erupted on Archie's face. "Indeed." The sudden light in his eyes was a little too mischievous for John's liking. "Why would she be in the stables?" John asked, confused. None of the ladies he knew were ever found in a stable. "She'll be attending to her horse, I'm sure," Charlotte said. "She rides?" John asked, unable to quell the slight interest that pricked his voice. Although it wasn't totally unheard of, a lady who rode was rare, although Lizzie, Rupert's wife, certainly did. Perhaps Hannah was also a country girl, and they could share their passion for good horseflesh. Maybe spending a little time with her wouldn't be such a loss after all. Archie nodded and put his arm back around his wife's chair. That decided for him. He wasn't staying here a moment longer to watch any more of the wonderful show titled My Sister and Her Sap of a Husband. "Then I shall go introduce myself." John stood and bowed to his relatives. Although he was using the woman as an excuse in a way, he was interested in meeting a new female. She sounded fascinating. An American lady who rode horses. He thought he had bedded every sort of woman available, but this was something new. John trotted off toward the stables, fresh air filling his lungs. His heart felt lighter just by being outdoors. He tilted his head up to enjoy the sun and glanced across at the large green field behind the house. Once upon a time, he and Archie used to talk about nothing but horses. Now all of Archie's conversation revolved around his sons, his wife, and his estate. John was bored with all of that. He rounded the stable doors and stopped dead in his tracks at the sight of the person before him. Was that a woman? The person looked like a well-dressed stable hand. Could this really be the American cousin, Hannah? He watched a moment longer, noting the graceful arm movements, the hint of lush skin and shapely thigh. His body stirred. Yes, definitely a woman. She was rubbing down a magnificent horse with the exuberance of a seasoned horseman. She had a thick, bristled brush, and she worked her way expertly across the animal's hide, making gentle chattering noises to the horse. He held his breath as he moved closer. Hannah had long red-gold hair that fell down her back, unbound, and she wore male riding pants and a shirt. Looking closely, John realised that the riding habit must have been especially tailored, as no pair of breeches designed for a man would ever fit a behind like hers. It was so delightfully well shaped, he wanted to reach out and squeeze it. Reminding himself that he was staring at a virgin who wanted to marry soon and that she was off limits for many reasons, John closed the gap between them. He cleared his throat loudly to get her attention, but she just kept on brushing. John bowed deeply and spoke in a loud voice. "Miss Turner? John Dunford, your servant." The lady in front of him jumped and whirled around with a laugh. Sunshine illuminated the air around her as if she were an angel in disguise. "You're Charlotte's rapscallion of a brother. Good to meet you. I'm Hannah. That's what you may call me. I'd like that." Rapscallion. John was still processing that when the woman, with bright blue eyes and a brilliant smile, stuck out her hand for him to shake. John stared at her in stunned silence for a moment before good manners forced him to shake the proffered hand. He still had gloves on and she did not, and he found himself wishing he hadn't dressed so formally today. He was flabbergasted. Dumbstruck might even be an appropriate word. Hannah was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. More beautiful than Sarah, Lizzie, and Charlotte combined. And that was a significant observation, because he admired all of his friends' wives. It didn't seem to matter to his eyes that she was covered in dirt, her hair was windblown, and she was wearing a man's clothing. She simply glowed with good health and a sensual promise that he'd have been a fool not to recognise. Her fine bone structure and prominent cheekbones spoke of aristocratic breeding, and her full lips would make any woman envious. And any man ache to kiss them. An uncomfortable sensation twisted deep in his gut. He was confused as to how to act, what to do. He had barely laid eyes on her, and yet the effect she had on him was vastly different from any other woman he'd ever met. Questions came shooting through John's head. Why did she shake my hand like a man would? Why is she here in the stable, grooming her horse herself? Why is she looking at me with her clear blue eyes, without a hint of fear, arousal, or even disdain? What was wrong with him, that the sight of her seemed to stop the breath in his chest? "Hannah," he repeated slowly. "Can I help you, John?" the beautiful, dishevelled woman asked, moving to the other side of the horse. John watched her sure, strong hands working the brush, and realised that this was not a new occupation for her. She had obviously spent much of her life doing that same task. She was a lady, was she not? Ladies simply didn't groom their own horses. Pull yourself together, man. "I was ordered by my sister and Archie to find you and introduce myself." John smiled as he spoke, finally able to call on the easy charm that he usually possessed. "Charlotte and Archie are a bit of a stickler for the rules, aren't they?" Hannah chortled, and John put out his hand as if to steady himself. Good God! Had his knees just weakened at the sound of her laugh? "They are," John agreed, wondering for a moment if he had just insulted his sister and friend. A smile quirked one side of his mouth. This was delicious. "Are you staying for long, Hannah?" John reached up to loosen his cravat, throwing caution to the wind. If she could dress in riding breeches, he could at least loosen the necktie threatening to choke him. Why was there suddenly not a breath of fresh air around? "Oh, most likely. My parents have sent me over here to marry an Englishman. Quite given up on me, they have." Hannah continued to speak to John without looking up from her work. "Why would they give up on you?" John asked incredulously. She was spectacular to look at, and seemed to have an easy, happy disposition. Why would anyone despair of her not finding a husband? "I'm 25. Hannah shrugged with seeming indifference. "No." John breathed the word out slowly, unable to believe she was any older than 21. Her skin had a glow of youth most ton ladies seem to lose at 16. Hannah looked up, saw his shocked expression, and burst out laughing. He flushed with heat. Why was she laughing at him? He clenched his jaw and crossed his arms across his chest. He was 6'2" tall and by no means thin. He worked hard to keep the muscle he had, and yet in this moment Hannah made him feel small and inadequate. Not a feeling he liked, nor one to which he was accustomed. As if she sensed his displeasure, Hannah straightened up from her hunched posture and cocked her head to the side while she gazed at him. She was much taller than most of the women John knew, easily 5'10". It was a rare opportunity to be able to look into a woman's eyes so easily, and he found himself enjoying her unusual height. "Are you stuck up too?" Hannah asked, as she put the brush down. She came around the horse and stood in front of him, placing her hands on her hips like a queen. John couldn't stop his gaze travelling down her body. Archie's cousin had wide hips and strong, nicely curved thighs. Those thighs could ride him for hours. John's traitorous body rose at that thought. Or at least, a certain part of him did. He willed his suddenly hard flesh back down. To no avail. "Are you quite finished looking me over?" Hannah asked, flicking her long hair back over her shoulders. John exhaled at the flush of her cheeks and the dangerous glitter in her oceanic eyes. She was spectacular when angry. "Well, you do make a fetching picture, my lady," he drawled, stepping closer to pick up her hand. She shook him off and placed her other hand square in the centre of his chest. "Back off!" she hissed through clenched teeth. "Pardon me?" John asked, his eyebrows shooting up his forehead. Hannah didn't repeat what she had said. Instead, she shoved him backwards with one strong push of her hand. John stumbled 2 steps back, a strange gargled laugh rolling out of his throat as he did so. He would never have assumed a woman would do such a thing. "I don't appreciate false compliments, and I don't like charming dandies. So, I suggest you get used to a woman in breeches. I suppose I will see you at dinner." John rubbed his chest where she had touched him and watched slightly bemused as Hannah stormed off in the direction of the house, her arms swinging angrily and her beautiful thick hair moving around her like a cloud. His eyes drifted lower, and once again lust kicked him in the gut like a solid horse's hoof. She really must get a coat that covers that derriere of hers, he thought idly, as he followed her more slowly back toward the house. What sort of lady was immune to his charms, still unmarried at 25, and yet somehow was so spectacular looking? He grinned as a burst of happiness rushed through him. Perhaps this year's season wasn't going to be so dull after all. At the very least, he didn't feel sorry for himself any more. At dinner, Hannah was even more beautiful than John had imagined she would be. He had thought that once she was clean and tidy, her quality of dishevelled loveliness might diminish a little. Instead, it was as if a penny that he had found in the dirt had been washed and polished and had turned out to be a golden sovereign. Once again, her hair was mostly loose, defying every tradition for ladies to have their hair arranged up everywhere except in bed. He could barely take his eyes off its red gold lustre. "Your hair really is spectacular, Hannah," Charlotte said with awe, echoing John's thoughts. Hannah chuckled good-naturedly, and John's stomach tightened in a feeling he was beginning to identify as being solely related to the American. "That silly maid of mine tried to put it all up. It hurt my head. I will never understand how you do your hair like that every day." Charlotte put her hand up to her beautifully coiffed hair and sighed. "I had headaches for years when I was younger, but one becomes accustomed to it." Her words surprised him. He'd never thought about the discomfort of such hairstyles for women in society. "At least corsets are no longer in fashion." Charlotte giggled, her full breasts heaving over her dress. John looked away from his sister. "One of the many reasons I am grateful to be alive today and not 30 years ago." Hannah smiled at Charlotte and took a long sip of her red wine. "I do like this wine, although I really prefer a good whiskey." John spat wine out all over his thankfully empty plate. He coughed, then pounded himself on the chest to clear the airways. She drank whiskey. What lady drank whiskey? "Are you all right, John?" Archie asked mildly, not commenting on the mess that now splattered his dining table. "I apologize," John said hurriedly, leaning back so that the servants could clear away everything in front of him and lay out fresh cutlery, plates and glasses. Charlotte had lifted her napkin to her mouth, and Hannah was glaring at him with fire in her eyes. John shrugged and tried to collect his dignity, which seemed a little lacking whenever he was in Hannah's company. "And what's wrong with my drinking whiskey?" Hannah asked, placing her glass of wine down on the table with a thud. John picked up his own glass of wine that had been refilled. He swallowed it without tasting the liquid and smiled at the beautiful enigma before him. "There is nothing wrong with it, Hannah. I have never known a lady who drank whiskey, that's all. Except someone like the madam of a brothel, maybe." Hannah frowned and looked across at her cousin with a quizzical look on her face. Archie inclined his head. "It is not common for ladies to drink liquor here, Hannah. That is true." "Well, I shall not be changing myself for anyone." Hannah shrugged, calling to one of the footmen. "Excuse me, what is your name?" "Robbie, my lady." The young footman flushed and bowed. "I would like the whiskey tray now, please. If that's all right with you, Charlotte." Hannah glanced across the table at her new friend, anxiety showing in her expression for the first time. Charlotte smiled brightly. "Hannah, you may have anything in this house that you wish. You are our guest, and I want you to be happy here." John watched the play of emotions cross the other three people's faces, and for the first time in a long time he was highly entertained. Charlotte was clearly having a great time. Archie was amused but wary. Hannah's jaw was set with determination. The whiskey tray arrived, and John held up his hand. "One for me also, please." Hannah looked at him in surprise. "Can you recommend one?" she asked. There were 3 bottles on the silver tray. John recognized each one by the colour and shape of the bottle and pointed to his favourite. "That one is very good," he said. He thought himself quite the connoisseur of whiskey and was pleased to have someone to share it with. Archie did not drink much himself, but thankfully he kept a stock here for guests. Hannah dismissed the servant and poured 2 measures of whiskey. John pushed back his chair to stand up, but instead of allowing him to retrieve it himself, Hannah stood with his glass and walked around the table to hand it to him. "Here you are," she murmured. John jumped to his feet by reflex. He didn't think he had ever remained sitting whilst a lady was standing. Hannah stepped back and laughed. "Oh, do sit down," she said, swatting at his arm in an attempt to encourage him to sit. She moved back to her chair, and John sat down gratefully. What sort of woman was this? It was the 2nd time in the same day that she had hit him like an errant schoolboy, and he found himself grinning widely as he lifted the whiskey to his lips. Chapter 2. John couldn't sleep. His mind galloped like a stallion at the races. He ached for the release of a woman's body, and his current mistress lived far away in London. They had already agreed that she would be moving out of his townhouse the following week. He'd tired of her, as he tired of all his mistresses, and she'd reached his 6-month limit. Every mistress he'd ever had knew that it would only be temporary. He made that clear from the beginning, and only chose to be with them if they agreed to his terms. 6 months was not long enough to form a permanent attachment, which meant he could uphold his lifelong decision
to never allow his heart to be given to a woman. And, therefore, he would never be in a position to hurt anyone the way his father had hurt his mother. And their family. He shifted again, almost groaning at the level his body was in need. He stroked his half-erection for a moment. He had not masturbated for years, and did not wish to do so now. He'd always had women available for that purpose, yet now his flesh pulsed with need, and no relief was in sight. Getting out of bed, John pulled on his robe and slippers. Perhaps one more whiskey would put him to sleep, though he suspected it would take a lot more than one to forget a certain curved derriere and that flaming red-gold hair. John took his lit candle, left his room, and walked along the hallway in the guest quarters of the manor house. Where would Hannah be sleeping? Would she be asleep right now, or as wide awake as he was? He had never corrupted a virgin before. In fact, he had deliberately steered clear of any such lady. But Hannah was a mystery that he couldn't get out of his head. At 25, was she really still a virgin? A light flickered beneath the door of the library. Like the proverbial moth to the flame, John walked toward it. Who would be awake at this late hour? Was Archie having trouble sleeping too? He pushed on the heavy door and entered the room. Not Archie. It was Hannah. She sat on one of the chaise lounges, reading a book. She was in her nightwear, and her feet were tucked up underneath her, like a child. John's heart pounded against his chest as he tiptoed over, stopping just before he reached her. She blinked when she finally realized he was there. "Oh, hello, John." Her voice was quiet as she greeted him, before she looked back down at her book. She looked so innocent and yet somehow sensual. He had a decision to make. He could excuse himself, get the whiskey he sought, and pass out within an hour. Or he could sit down and talk to this strange woman and find out if there was any chance she could quench the ache in his groin. He stepped forward and bowed before taking a seat opposite her. "What are you reading?" He crossed his legs, trying to hide his fairly obvious erection. She bent the corner of one of the pages and closed the book. "Oh, just an old novel. I've read it before, but couldn't resist picking it up again." She moved her legs out from under her and stretched them out in front. He couldn't stop himself from looking down at her beautifully formed feet. My God! Even her feet are arousing. Where are her slippers? "Are you unable to sleep?" he managed to croak out. "Why are you still awake?" Hannah cocked her head to one side. He had noticed that she tended to do that when he said anything for which she was unprepared. It was as if she needed time to consider a response. "I was having trouble sleeping, so I thought I'd get up and try to tire my brain with a little reading. And you?" John grinned. How could he frame his answer in a delicate manner? "I kept thinking about you and my body went into overdrive with this damn erection." "I rarely sleep before 2 in the morning," he said. "They retire so early here." Hannah blinked, then frowned. "Why would you stay awake so late on purpose?" John stared at her for a moment and waited for the smile that would indicate she was joking. When it didn't come, he realized that she really had no idea what he was talking about. He tried to explain. "London balls, parties and such generally go on quite late into the night. However, life in the country is very different. The London season has quite spoiled me for country life, I fear." "Oh, in America we never stay out so late. If that is the case, I am going to struggle here in the London season indeed." Hannah sighed, getting to her feet. John jumped up, his body far too aware of how nicely her nightgown clung to her lush curves. Heat was coiling up inside him once again, his hunger growing by the minute. "I think I'll be going to bed now." "Shall I escort you to your door?" he asked, interested to see her response.
They were alone, dressed for bed, and it was the middle of the night. Would she be interested in him staying in her bed tonight? Hannah nodded. "Yes, if you wish." She left the book on the table and walked toward the door. John grinned devilishly as he enjoyed the view of her rear. If she didn't want her book, perhaps he could put her to sleep. "Did you court much in America?" Hannah looked back at him over her shoulder and then laughed. "I was engaged once, but no. Not many men have courted me." Her eyes moved over him in what he considered an assessing way. His erection lengthened and pushed against his nightclothes. Surely she could see it. It seemed not. She slipped out of the library, and he quickly followed. When they reached Hannah's door, she opened it and turned to face him. "Thank you," she said. She looked ethereal, bathed in candlelight, her nightgown almost transparent in the shining firelight. She was too beautiful to resist. John didn't think. He simply leaned closer and pressed his lips against hers, pushing her into the doorframe. Hannah went still, as if in shock. Then she began to respond, moving her lips against his. The sensation was divine. Then she pushed at him with her hands as though she wanted to stop. John pulled back, confused. "Let me put this down," Hannah said, a husky tone purring through her voice. He stepped back, and she placed the candle she was holding down on the floor at a safe distance, then righted herself again. Satisfaction shot through him. He had been right about her. She obviously wasn't a virgin. How could she be at her age? He stroked a hand down her beautiful face and gripped the back of her head, loving the feel of her unbound hair flowing between his fingers. He forced her lips open this time with his own, absorbing her surprise and licking the inside of her mouth. She gasped, but gripped both of John's upper arms, holding him close. Heat rose in his body, making him ache for her. John broke off from her intoxicating lips, gasping for air. All the blood in his body was rushing to his groin, making his cock throb and harden. He was going to finish in no time at all tonight. He stepped away from Hannah and walked into her bedroom. He was far too attracted to this woman, he realized as he panted for air. His response to just a simple kiss was making him slightly dizzy. John threw off his robe and stepped out of his slippers. He was naked now, in the warmth of her bedroom. He turned to find Hannah still leaning back against the door jamb, the door still wide open. She was staring at him with something akin to shock. Her mouth was hanging open. "Shut the door and come join me," he coaxed. Hannah's eyes travelled greedily across his chest, then discreetly dipped to where his erection was standing to attention. She crossed her arms over her chest. "Just because I let you kiss me does not mean I want you to spend the night." It was John's turn for shock. His mouth fell open. Impossible! She'd been sending out all the right signals. What did she want? Had he missed something? "If you are looking for something more permanent than just one night, I do need a new mistress," he offered, knowing that he would love to have 6 months with the delicious body in front of him. Hannah's eyes widened, and she seemed to draw herself up, her chest filling up with air. She walked toward him slowly, as though she was savouring the moment. John smiled at her again. Was this an invitation to stay? But she didn't look happy. Instead, her mouth turned down, and she looked him square in the eye. Whack! John's head flung sideways as Hannah's open hand connected with his cheek, and sharp pain exploded in his face. "What the deuce was that for?" he roared, holding his hand to his cheek and stumbling backward. "Get out of my room," Hannah said, her eyes narrowing to slits. "But I don't understand." John stepped forward. What had happened to change the mood so quickly? Hannah ran across to her bedside table and picked up a silver candlestick. What was she going to do with that?
"Get out of my room!"
She screamed at the top of her lungs and heaved the candlestick at his head. John ducked, narrowly avoiding a disaster, and scooped up his robe and slippers from the floor. He heard footsteps and knew that others were on their way. He would be caught here if he didn't escape quickly, and Hannah would accomplish what no other woman ever had. Trap him in a compromising position. A virgin had managed to trap him. Would they think John was attacking her? Or worse, would they try to make him marry her? Fear made him run, his legs pumping hard as the echoes of the steps of whoever had run to Hannah's aid chased him. He was back in his room much sooner than should have been possible. His erection was gone, and he was suddenly exhausted. How on earth had that gone so exceptionally wrong? Chapter 3. "Thank you again, Archie. I'm sorry I woke you up." Hannah ushered her cousin toward the door, needing some time alone after a far too emotional night. "I thought you were being attacked," Archie exclaimed, obviously keen to know what had caused the uproar that had woken him from a sound sleep. Poor, innocent cousin. "I have bad dreams sometimes, Archie. I am terribly sorry. I hope it won't happen again." Hannah bit her lip and tried to look bashful. Hopefully, Archie believed her tale. She didn't want to get John into trouble, for despite his faulty behaviour, he hadn't hurt her. She also didn't want Archie thinking badly of her either. "Well, good night, then." Archie sighed, walking back along the hallway to his bedroom and his waiting wife. Hannah closed her door, laying her back against it. What exactly had happened here less than a half-hour before? She had thought John wanted a kiss, and she had desired that too. She had only been kissed a handful of times, and never by a man as handsome as John. Not that she had ever seen a man as handsome as John, but that was rather beside the point now. How dare he believe her to be a whore? Someone who simply wanted to be a mistress for a time. Because that was what he had implied, offering her the opportunity to be his mistress. As if she should be grateful for that little tidbit of interest thrown her way. Never. If she'd wanted that, she could have stayed in America. Hannah picked up the candlestick and weighed the heavy silver object in her hand. Oh, how she wanted to throw it again, just thinking of the insult John had flung at her. But it would attract unwanted attention yet again, and she didn't dare upset her cousin more than she had already done. How dared John think her mistress material? She was an untouched virgin, looking for a husband. What had she done to make him think that he could get away with saying such a thing to her? Shame washed over Hannah like heated rain as she climbed into her bed. Perhaps she should have slapped him from the moment he had tried to get close to her. She hadn't realized it would be such a bad thing to allow him a kiss. Just one kiss was all she had wanted. Hannah closed her eyes and sighed deeply. She would find out why he had thought that of her first thing in the morning. John slept until noon. He had awoken when the sun first rose and forced himself back to sleep. He didn't want to face the day and what might happen. Had Hannah told them what had happened? Who had come to her aid in the middle of the night? Her behaviour still baffled him. Why had she kissed him so passionately and then banished him from her room in such a way? Did she believe he would hurt her? No. He had seen anger flashing in her eyes before she had thrown that candlestick, not fear. A reluctant smile played on John's lips. She was truly magnificent when angry, strong too. Those silver candlesticks weighed a fair amount, and she had hurled hers with real force. It was no wonder someone had awoken after she'd thrown it. Being almost knocked out by a candlestick was a first for him. No woman had ever been that angry with him before. His mistresses were always told from the beginning what his expectations were. They had a maximum of 6 months under his protection. He would allow them a generous allowance, clothes, and the use of his townhouse. They were not to expect to stay longer, nor to get clingy or possessive, and they weren't to ask a lot of personal questions. John visited them 2 or 3 times a week, and he was content with the arrangement, as were they. No one had ever complained before. He had no need of a woman outside of the bedroom. He pulled himself to his feet and rang the bell-pull for his valet. May as well face the music and see what story the red-haired American had spun them all. An hour later, he was walking downstairs to the dining room when he was pulled up short by a seductive voice. "John, wait." He stopped, fear clutching at his stomach before he bowed stiffly. "Miss Turner." He eyed Hannah warily, looking for signs of hostility. She looked beautiful and bright-eyed. No sign of their late-night dispute showed on her face. "I told you to call me Hannah. I would like to speak to you privately, John. Would you join me in the library for a moment?" She didn't wait for his response. Instead, she simply turned and walked into the library. John hesitated. His stomach dropped and nausea swam in his gut. He hadn't felt like this since he had been called to the headmaster's office at Eton. But he was no longer a young boy of 15, and he could now handle anything thrown his way. John girded his proverbial loins and walked into the library after her. Hannah was standing down near the Latin books, so John stayed where he was. Better not to be within throwing distance. A small smile lit her face. "I could hit you from here, you know." John laughed out loud, a real laugh that made his chest ache. Sobering, he smiled at Hannah. "You didn't hit me last night." "You're quick," she admitted, shrugging, before moving to sit down in a chair closer to where John stood. He refused to sit. He didn't want to discuss anything with her. This was why he avoided any sort of relationship with a woman. Because everything beyond sex was awkward and caused unnecessary pain and hurt for everyone. Women were for gratifying his sexual needs, and that was all. His sister Charlotte was probably the only woman to whom John enjoyed talking. Though he had to concede that Lizzie and Sarah weren't too bad either. His 2 friends' wives were intelligent, interesting women. John shook his head in frustration and began pacing. Even his own thoughts were betraying him now. "What do you want, Hannah?" She straightened and her cheeks coloured at his tone. She didn't dip her head or look away, and it was surprising to John how much he liked that about her. "I want to know why you thought it was okay to proposition me last night." John stopped walking. Was she serious? "Because I thought you wanted me." John most certainly still wanted her. Even in a simple conservative day dress, she looked delectable. Her hair was pinned up at the sides today, but was otherwise flowing over her shoulders in red gold waves. Hannah flushed so prettily that John groaned. He was instantly hard again, and these breeches would not disguise that fact. "If that's all, then kindly allow me to take my leave." John bowed and began edging toward the door. "No, it's not all!" Hannah cried, surging toward him with a hand outstretched. "Shh!" John put a finger to his lips. "I want to know why you thought I was available. Do you usually corrupt virgins? Charlotte said you were a rake as far as women are concerned, but an otherwise honourable man. Was she wrong? About the honourable part?" John's eyebrows lifted. She was a virgin. He had stripped to nothing in her presence. He was damned for sure. He collapsed into the nearest chair, and Hannah sat down opposite him. "Well?" she demanded again. He was speechless. "I didn't realize." How was he going to get out of this one? He was as good as married if anyone found out what he'd done to her last night. He waited for the discomfort that would usually come with that thought. He looked at the beautiful woman opposite him and imagined running his hands through that hair every night. The thought gave him a strange warmth and comfort, and an arrow of madness shot through his centre. "No," John said out loud, forcing some anger into his midsection. This was all her fault. "You wear your hair undone like a dock trollop and traipse around the house in your nightwear. You wear men's breeches, for goodness sakes, that show off every curve of your hips and arse, and you expect me not to think you're available?" John jumped to his feet and glared down at her. Hurt, shame and anger washed over Hannah's face in alternating, striking waves. John couldn't bear it. This was why he never spoke to the fairer sex. He couldn't bear their tears, their feelings or their thoughts. He wanted to leave. "Good day." John bowed and began to turn. "Thank you for being honest," Hannah whispered, wrapping her arms around herself. John swallowed guiltily as he left her alone. What was he going to do with her now? Hannah could barely smile at lunchtime. The sadness consuming her heart made every cell in her body weep. How could John so easily rip away every defence she had? She knew that the men in America thought her to be too boyish and rough. Most of them wanted her as a friend, not as a wife, and she hadn't minded. However, she hadn't thought about how her nature would be interpreted in London. Until now. As they sat around the huge table in her cousin's country house, she had an idea. "Charlotte, is there any way we could go to London next week?" Hannah asked, as a plan formed in her head. It was still a few weeks before the London season would begin, but surely that wouldn't be a problem. Charlotte blinked in obvious surprise. "Of course we can, Hannah. I asked you if you wanted to do that when you first arrived. Any particular reason you've changed your mind?" Hannah smiled with as much confidence as she could muster. "It was brought to my attention that I don't exactly look like a typical English lady, and if I want to attract a husband, then I must alter my appearance. I thought I should order some new gowns, perhaps get my hair cut and styled." It cut her to the quick that she was thinking of changing any part of herself, but she simply couldn't have the gentleman in London treating her as John had. Charlotte's gaze darted across to John and then back to Hannah, with an angry expression tightening her lips. "Who would say such a thing to you?" "John, of course. Who else?" Hannah answered, without missing a beat. Changing her dresses, she'd do. Change her forthright nature? That wasn't going to happen. "John? He doesn't know anything about London ladies. He certainly doesn't associate with them." Charlotte scoffed and glared at her brother again. John cleared his throat loudly, and Hannah twisted in her chair so that she could look directly at him when he spoke. "I never said you had to change, Hannah." She blinked. Was he joking? "You called me a dog trollop." There was a gasp from Charlotte and a loud scraping noise as Archie pushed back his chair and shot to his feet, clenching his hands into tightened fists. "You did what?" he bellowed at John. Hannah sat back in her chair. She was shocked for the second time in an hour. Her cousin Archibald had quite a temper. Who would have believed that? John stood up too, leaning onto the table so that he could glare back at the seated females. "I did not." She blinked. "You most certainly did." John's mouth tightened. "Well, I didn't mean it exactly like that." "One would hope not." Charlotte's voice was tight, and her eyes flashed anger at her brother. Hannah considered telling her cousin and his wife about John's indecent proposal, but realized it would not suit her purpose. It was even possible that telling the whole truth may land them both in a marriage that neither of them wanted, and she couldn't have that. "Sit down, please, cousin," she said to Archie, waving her hands at him and looking at Charlotte for support. Charlotte reached out for her husband's hand and whispered to him. Archie gradually relaxed enough to sit, but his breathing was still rapid. John sat also, throwing back his entire glass of whiskey in one shot. Let me put it more delicately. John pointed out to me today that the way I wear my hair and the fact that I wear breeches is not very ladylike. John opened his mouth to object, but Hannah stopped him with a stare. Didn't he realize that she was giving them the nice, edited version? Charlotte glanced at her husband, then back at Hannah. Hannah sighed. Oh, damn it. You agree with him? Not exactly, but I do suggest that we revise your wardrobe to fit local requirements, Charlotte said gently. Hannah sighed. Her cousin's wife was right. They had tried to point her in the right direction when she had first arrived, and she had been too unaware to realize it. If money is required, you know that I will, Archie began, before Hannah stopped him with a raised hand. Archie, I have plenty of money, too much if the truth be known. I just didn't want to waste it on clothes that I may never wear again. But if you marry a peer, you will spend a lot of time in London. Hannah ignored that suggestion. She didn't want to spend a lot of time in town, no matter who she married. So shall we go shopping in London next week? Hannah asked, knowing that this was Charlotte's earlier intention anyway, so she was likely to fall into the plan with gusto. Charlotte glanced toward her husband, who nodded after a moment's calculation. It's settled, then. Charlotte clapped with delight. Hannah ignored John for most of the day and retired early to bed after spending some time with Charlotte, planning the proposed shopping trip. She had almost reached her room when she saw John staggering down the hallway toward her. John stopped when he was level with Hannah, leaning against the opposite wall. "Looks like you can't handle your brandy, sir," Hannah joked, clutching her candlestick close to her body. Her father drank a lot of spirits, so John's level of consumption wasn't a new thing for her. However, there was something about the way John chased oblivion that made her think he was running away from something. "I didn't call you a trollop," John slurred, stepping closer. Hannah put out her hand and pushed him back a little. "You did, John, and then you offered me the opportunity to be your mistress. That would make me a whore. I am not a whore, and you are not welcome in my bedchambers." "Not welcome, not welcome," John slurred repeatedly, and staggered off down the hallway. Hannah stared after him with a heavy heart. Such a lost soul. A beautiful man on the outside, it was true, but Hannah couldn't be certain he had a heart to match. Something was terribly wrong with Lord John Dunford. Chapter 4. John left to visit another of his friends the next day, and Hannah and Charlotte packed to depart. She said goodbye to the beautiful country estate that she enjoyed so much and set out toward London. Also travelling were Archie and Charlotte, their son William, and their beautiful baby boy, George. Although Hannah was sure that the weeks leading up to the season would be sluggish, they actually flew by. She was fitted and refitted, measured and remeasured for dozens of dresses, bonnets, pelisses and boots. She would never know what and when to wear which outfit when there were so many changes of clothes in a day. Thank goodness Charlotte had assigned a lady's maid to Hannah, or it was possible she'd have worn her new riding habit to a ball. "Do you like this colour on me?" Charlotte asked, holding up a lavender cloth that looked too simple for Charlotte's usual taste when they were browsing in a cloth emporium. "I love the colour, but I'm not sure that this is your usual style." Charlotte blushed, and Hannah gasped. Had she just insulted her only friend in London? "I didn't mean anything by that, Charlotte. I simply meant that you tend to favour bolder colours." Hannah stopped apologising when she heard Charlotte's laugh. "I'm soon going to need clothes which are light, comfortable, and loose-fitting around the belly area," Charlotte confided, walking over to where Hannah stood in front of the mirror. Why would her cousin's wife need that type of dress? The reality of the statement hit Hannah slowly.
Then the light dawned. Charlotte was pregnant. Again. Oh, how lovely! She jumped forward and hugged Charlotte tightly. When she pulled back, Charlotte was grinning from ear to ear. "I'm hoping for a girl this time," she whispered, stroking her belly in a loving manner. "That would be 3 babies in 4 years, God willing." Hannah sighed. She longed for a family like Charlotte's. She truly wanted children causing havoc and a husband with whom to share her life. "Is Archie pleased?" Hannah asked, reaching out and discreetly caressing Charlotte's growing belly. She was shocked to find a small, firm swelling already. "Archie puts a lot of effort into these babies. He has no option but to be happy." Hannah cocked her head to the side, unsure of Charlotte's meaning. Charlotte smiled. "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't make jokes like that. I keep forgetting you aren't married. And a virgin too, despite—" Hannah stopped herself too late. "Despite what?" Charlotte asked, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "What John thinks of me." "Despite my 25 years," Hannah finished. Charlotte looked unconvinced. "If you ever want some advice or have any questions, Hannah, please feel free to ask me." Hannah returned the smile. Her mother had never been very forthcoming with information about procreation, but she understood the mechanics well enough. She had seen horses and other animals breed. Also, thanks to John, she had an idea of what happened to a human male body when aroused. Heat bloomed in her cheeks at the memory, and she turned away to hide her blush. "Thank you, Charlotte. I appreciate everything you have done for me." Charlotte walked to another area in the shop, where the cloth for children's clothes was displayed. "I'm surrounded by males, Hannah. Your company is very soothing to me. You are welcome to stay with us as long as you wish." Hannah joined her cousin's wife, now her friend, in admiring the beautiful fabrics. She'd forgotten that Charlotte had only Archie and her sons for company. It must be nice for a woman surrounded by male family members to have a woman to talk to for a change, Hannah mused. The night of her first ball had arrived, and Hannah had almost bitten her nails clean off. She had a divine dress of mint green silk. It had a modest neckline and longer sleeves than those to which she was accustomed. However, despite its apparent modesty, it clung to her bosom in a way that was slightly embarrassing. Hannah walked hand in hand into the room with Charlotte, unable to give her cousin his wife for a moment. She needed Charlotte more on this occasion. Charlotte guided her charge over to the drinks table and bent close to whisper in Hannah's ear. "You look beautiful, and you are charming. We all love you. Now, enjoy your evening." Hannah took a slow, careful breath and turned to meet a blonde angel who was greeting Charlotte. "Sarah!" Charlotte cried, kissing the beautiful woman on the cheek. "Hannah, this is my friend Sarah. She's the Duchess of Lincoln." Hannah blinked. Was she meant to curtsy? Charlotte and Archie hadn't instructed her much on the etiquette of addressing the aristocracy. Having grown up around it, she assumed they didn't even think about it. "My lady," she said uncertainly, and dipped low. A duchess was at the top of the social tree, if Hannah remembered correctly. That required a low curtsy. Sarah smiled beautifully and held out her hand. "It's Sarah, please. We've heard so much about you." Sarah turned to greet the man coming to her side. He was young and handsome, with blonde hair and light blue eyes. He slid a possessive hand around his wife's waist. Hannah couldn't help but immediately like him. He reminded her of Archie. "Hannah, this is my husband, Oliver. Oliver, this is Archie's cousin, Hannah." Oliver didn't blink about the fact that his title wasn't mentioned, and Hannah, once again, wasn't sure if she was meant to curtsy. Oliver took her hand and chastely kissed the knuckles. "It's lovely to meet you."
Oliver is a good friend of Archie's, Charlotte explained, gesturing to where her husband stood, speaking to an elderly gentleman. Oh, I was just thinking that you reminded me of Archie, Hannah said without thinking, then covered her wayward mouth with her hand. All three people laughed, and Hannah blushed. Why? Sarah asked with interest. They look nothing alike. Hannah smiled. It was the way he held you close, like that. Hannah pointed at Oliver's hand and watched as Oliver, not Sarah, blushed. Hannah turned to Charlotte, giving Oliver a moment to calm down. It's so hot in here. Is that normal? Hannah asked, fanning herself vigorously. One has to adjust to these discomforts. I was quite overwhelmed at my first ball. I'm from the country, Sarah confided. A dim memory of Charlotte's chatter about her friends popped into Hannah's head, and she realized who Oliver was. Hannah was unable to imagine the beautiful and elegant woman in front of her ever feeling overwhelmed by anything. Well, being from America puts me at an even greater disadvantage, Hannah began to explain, then stopped abruptly as she saw John approaching. Her mouth went dry, and her already warm body flushed with heat. He looked absolutely scrumptious in evening wear. "And why is that, Hannah?" John asked, as he bowed in greeting. It took Hannah a moment to realize what he was asking. "Because I can't remember any of your aristocracy rules. I can never remember when to bow, to whom to address as what, not to mention your silly fashions." She indicated how her hair had been piled on top of her head and grimaced expressively. John studied her hair for a moment. "You look beautiful, no matter what you are wearing, Hannah," he said, without a hint of irony. Charlotte, Oliver and Sarah all turned to look at John in a puzzled manner. Hannah laughed without humour as her gaze wandered around the room. She couldn't really believe anything John said to her. It was all she could do not to roll her eyes every time he opened his mouth. "What are those people doing?" Hannah asked, pointing to a couple discreetly slipping out of the room. "Are they married? Or courting? Don't you have rules about supervision?" Hannah asked the group. Charlotte covered her mouth with her hand as she coughed, and Sarah blushed. John cleared his throat. Wasn't anyone going to answer her question? "The lady is married, but not to that gentleman," John explained, dropping his voice and stepping closer so that Hannah could hear. "So they're going to—" Hannah's voice trailed off. She couldn't believe it. What sort of place had she been sent to by her family? "This inconsistency between the behaviour of men and women is disgusting," Hannah spat, indicating where another married woman was walking out of the room discreetly with a young rake. "It's just the way it is," John murmured. That was the most ridiculous excuse ever, and of course John would agree with it. "Well, I think it's hypocritical nonsense. Why can a woman do what she likes only after she is married, but a man can always do exactly as he pleases?" Hannah huffed, taking a long sip of her sherry. "Well, if you're looking for a virgin husband, Hannah, Charlotte married the last one in England," John muttered. "John!" cried Sarah and Charlotte in unison. "Is it really so?" Hannah turned toward Archie, utterly intrigued by this idea that a man would wait for marriage, as a woman did. Archie gazed at his wife with a rather winsome expression, and then looked back at Hannah. He didn't have to say anything, yet Hannah chuckled at the obvious answer to her question. "Well, that just improves my opinion of you, cousin." "Thank you," said Archie in a dry tone. John was struggling with this conversation, a biting pain pulling at his stomach. "Not that I need a virgin," Hannah went on, "but someone who hasn't been with half the women in London would be good." She squinted and peered around the room as though she could tell by looking at a man how many women he had experienced in his lifetime. "That begs the question of how many is too many," John asked her, deciding to jump into the fire. Charlotte gasped at his question, but Hannah, true to form, bit her lip as though she were thinking about a clever response. "Well, let's be generous. Let's say he's 30 and has been sowing his wild oats for 10 years. Let's give him 5 women a year. That makes 50 women in total."
"That sounds horrible when you add them up like that," John muttered. It was horrible when he thought about it that way. He had bedded at least twice that many women. Over the last few years, the average would be about 5 a year, but in his younger days, when his blood had been hot, there had been many more than that. He'd never considered how many that would mean over time.
"Yes, it does sound horrible. How would you, as an eligible gentleman, feel if I'd had 50 lovers?" Hannah asked, turning to look directly at him.
John saw red. His hands clenched spasmodically at his sides. A ripping jealousy gripped his stomach, and he wanted to hurl something. Never. She will never know any other man. John blinked as the possessive comment passed through his mind. "I would be disgusted," John told her honestly, swallowing. He shifted from foot to foot. Perhaps he should take Archie and head for the card room.
"And yet I am expected to marry a man like that?" Hannah asked, looking at the Duke of Lincoln as well.
Oliver, the big traitor, smiled and gripped his wife in a possessive way. It was quite obvious he didn't care either way. He had his beautiful wife, and that was all that mattered to him. "It isn't the same," John argued, getting Hannah's attention again. It wasn't. Men and women were different.
"Of course it's the same,"
Hannah argued, tusking in impatience, the sound low in her throat. She obviously didn't understand how things were and why they were set up that way. "But don't you want a husband who can please you? Who knows what he's doing in the bedroom?" John asked, sure this was a clear winning point.
"Oh, is that why men consort with the ladies of the night? In order to practice pleasing their wives?" Hannah asked, with a flutter of her eyelashes. There was a sudden stillness within their group that could only be deciphered as shock. Oliver and John knew well what it was like to bed a whore, and they knew that their partner's pleasure was the last thing on a man's mind in those moments. Hannah had obliterated his argument in one clean stroke, and John wasn't sure if he should be angry or impressed at her ingenuity. "That's just what I thought. Very well, then, if I get an opportunity to take a lover, I'll make sure I choose a rake. But I'm going to marry a gentleman," Hannah announced with a smile. "Oh, there's Mrs. Havisham, our neighbour in London, over there. I must say hello. She's been so helpful since I arrived here." Then she was gone, making her way across the room to the side of an older lady. John stood dumbstruck. Had Hannah said that he had too much experience for her? Who would have thought that women like this existed? His father had always encouraged him and his brother to sleep with as many women as possible. That had most certainly meant both before and after they were married. The thinking had been told that few ladies of quality enjoyed bedding, so it was best not to bother them too often. He looked at Charlotte and Sarah and realized with a shock that his father, the all-powerful Duke of Arrow, had been quite wrong. Chapter 5. Hannah awoke to see the sun streaming through her open curtains. She never slept past sunrise. What time was it? She stretched and climbed out of bed. Seeing the clock on the mantelpiece read almost 11 o'clock, Hannah gasped. What a lazy way to start the day! She called for her maid and quickly dressed, then made her way down for breakfast, hoping she would finally be able to ride a horse today. Archie had promised her that she would still be able to do so during her stay in London. "Good morning, Hannah," Charlotte called from the sitting room. "There's breakfast still on the table in the dining room if you want toast." Hannah walked into the sitting room to find that Charlotte had company and was entertaining her guest with tea and muffins. A much better alternative to toast, in Hannah's opinion. "I would love a muffin and a cup of tea if you two don't mind me joining you." Hannah looked at Sarah, Duchess of Lincoln, who was sitting on the chaise longue opposite Charlotte. "Your Grace," she added respectfully, curtsying with a smile. Sarah frowned at her. "Sit down and join us, Hannah. I told you at the ball last night to call me Sarah." Hannah picked up a muffin and sat down. As an only child, she'd never had the chance to enjoy this sort of atmosphere, with many girls around the same age at home. It was lovely. She finally felt like she had a sister in Charlotte. "How did you sleep?" Charlotte asked. "Very well, thank you. I rarely sleep well, but that late night made such a difference." Sarah chuckled. "It took me so long to get accustomed to town hours. People here sleep until noon, begin their day after lunch, and then are up half the night. It's not natural." Sarah shook her head and took a sip of her tea. "John seems to like those hours," Hannah murmured absently. Charlotte and Sarah's heads turned toward her so quickly she jumped. "Did I say something wrong?" Sarah looked at Charlotte, and Charlotte placed her cup of tea down. "No, Hannah, not at all. I just didn't think you liked John very much." Hannah swallowed. She was going to have to be careful here. She knew how women liked to gossip in America, and guessed that women in England were probably no different. "I don't particularly, but he is one of the few gentlemen to whom I have spoken. I was referencing one of the only opinions I know." She looked down to her plate and picked up her muffin, biting into the sweet cake before lifting her gaze and smiling at the ladies. Charlotte stared at her with a meaningful look. "John isn't the best example of a gentleman, Hannah." "Obviously." Her tone was more scoffing than she meant it to be, and both ladies stared at her again. She picked up her teacup to hide her face. She realized she needed to learn to curb her reactions a little. "Did John do or say something he shouldn't have?" Charlotte probed gently. Hannah knew she had to be very careful what she said. "Well, he has said a few inappropriate things, but nothing damaging. Why? Does he have a reputation for corrupting virginal young ladies?" Even as she said the words, she frowned. She couldn't see John in that way, despite everything that had happened between them. Charlotte shook her head. "No, not at all. He rarely speaks to any ladies. John tends to keep most women in a certain category." She grimaced as she spoke, and Sarah sighed. "A certain category?" Hannah ate the last bite of her muffin and dusted her hands off. Charlotte and Sarah exchanged a worried look. "Oh, speak freely, please." Hannah waved her hand, giving the two ladies permission to disclose any information they thought was necessary. Charlotte cleared her throat. "John has a rule." "He has a rule?" Hannah asked, her imagination running rampant. "Like a bedroom rule?" "Yes. He keeps a mistress for 6 months, then replaces her." Charlotte took another sip of tea, as though she were talking about the weather. "Why would he do that?" Hannah asked, genuinely curious. Why would a man replace his mistresses so often? Why did he tire of them that quickly? Charlotte sighed. "I believe it's because of my parents. My father has had the same mistress for more than 15 years. She lives at our country estate in the Dower House. My mother hates the situation, but there's nothing she can do about it. It has turned my mother into a very bitter person, and we don't tend to visit the estate as much as we would like to because of the awkward atmosphere." Sarah laid a comforting hand on Charlotte's arm. Hannah frowned. "I don't understand. What did that have to do with John?" "Our whole family has suffered from my father's behaviour. I have never asked John, but I think he does everything he can to try not to be like our father." Hannah could see Charlotte's point, but it still wasn't making sense. She knew firsthand how a parent's behaviour could affect their children. But what did John's father obviously being in love with his mistress have to do with John's need to replace his mistresses so often? "He's always nice to me," Sarah smiled.
You are an exception. Charlotte laughed. Lizzie likes him too, Sarah argued. Hannah liked the fact that Oliver's beautiful wife was defending John. It meant that he wasn't all bad. Who's Lizzie? Hannah asked, wanting to create a family tree in her head for John's friends. Oh, Lizzie is Rupert's new wife. John's the only unmarried spare, Charlotte answered. Hannah was beginning to feel a little stupid. What's a spare? Sarah and Charlotte both giggled. Oh, that's a nickname the men have for their group. Aristocratic families tend to aim for an heir plus a spare son in case something happens to the first, so that their inheritance goes to a blood relative. John, Oliver, Archie and Rupert are all the spare sons of titled rich families. Their group was called the Spares, even when they were at school, Charlotte explained with another winsome smile. But isn't Oliver a duke? Hannah asked, feeling slightly stupid. She hated asking so many questions. She wasn't used to being so ignorant about everything. Yes, that's the strange thing. Of the Spares, Oliver inherited, Archie will inherit when his father dies, and Rupert is his brother's heir. John, well... Sarah looked at Charlotte uncertainly. John will inherit too if he's alive when my elder brother dies, provided my sister-in-law doesn't have a son, Charlotte explained, looking a little sad. Do they have daughters? Hannah asked, knowing that there was some difference between English and American inheritance laws. No, they've been married for 5 years and have no children at all. Hannah cocked her head to the side and put all the pieces together. So John could inherit too? Yes, John could inherit too, came a dry male voice from the doorway. Hannah turned toward the familiar tones, her mouth turning up in a smile. "Hello, John," she called, waving at him despite being caught gossiping about him. "Charlotte and Sarah were just filling me in on the history of the Spares. Amazing that you all may become heirs, isn't it?" John prowled into the room. Yes, amazing. His eyes blazed, and Hannah caught her breath at the passion that clearly lay beneath the cool facade. Charlotte, Sarah. John bowed to his sister and her friend. Hannah stood up and watched him carefully. His eyes were shadowed. Was he worried about what had been said? "Found out anything interesting, Hannah?" John asked with seeming interest. But his smile was forced. Hannah swallowed down the need to tell him the truth. She found it very interesting that he changed mistresses like people changed their wardrobes. One season, one look, and the next, a completely different one. Not really. I would love to meet Lizzie, though. John's face softened, and she wondered if that was due to his affection for Lizzie or for Rupert. I believe you would get along with Lizzie and Rupert very well. A real smile spread across John's face, his famous aloofness forgotten for a moment. He had just paid her a real compliment, and she wasn't sure how to handle it. "So you're the only one left unmarried, John?" John's eyes and mouth went flat, and the smile disappeared. Yes. She was shocked to find the need to tease this strange man was so strong. But she supposed he deserved it after everything they'd been through in such a short time. "So you'll be next to get married?" She could only imagine what sort of woman John would choose to marry. Would she need to put up with his mistresses as well? "If I decide to marry, then of course I'll be next. The other 3 are shackled for life." A smile crept across Hannah's face. He had taken the bait like a fish. "Of course you'll marry. If you are next to inherit, you'll need an heir too." Hannah flashed John a huge smile, then watched as his jaw clenched and a muscle in his cheek throbbed. "I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. Why? Are you offering, Hannah? Would you like to be a future Duchess of Arrow?" Hannah heard the gasp from either Sarah or Charlotte, but didn't look away from John's handsome face. His brown eyes were blazing, and she was enjoying the conversation far too much. "Oh no, not me. I told you just last night I couldn't marry a man who has been with half the women in London." Hannah couldn't resist a glance to her side. The two other women had their mouths open in obvious shock. "You did. It's just a pity you don't know what you would be missing." John ran his eyes slowly down her body, and Hannah's nipples hardened beneath her dress. How could such a man make her body respond like this? "Don't worry, you're on my list if I want an affair, though," Hannah added, her temper getting the better of her. "A 6-month affair." Again, horrified gasps came from the other side of the room, but John's mouth kicked up in amusement. Hannah couldn't help her answering smile. "I am honoured, my lady." John bowed. Hannah laughed to defuse the tension in her own body. "Don't be. I'm not sure yet if you're at the top of that list." She revelled in the shock in his eyes and smiled serenely. "I'm going for a ride, unless you need me for anything." Hannah looked at Charlotte. "No, not at all," Charlotte recovered enough to say. "I'll see you later then. So lovely to see you again, Sarah," Hannah addressed her new friend. "You too, Hannah," Sarah said, with a warm smile that contained more than a hint of amusement. Hannah curtsied to the room and then turned to leave, excited to be able to undo her hair and let go. John's voice sounded behind her. "I will come with you if that's all right." Her heart sank. If John came along, she would have to behave at least a little bit like a lady. "I was looking forward to letting my hair down, so to speak," she replied, her mouth grimacing out a polite smile for John. "I don't think you can stop yourself from insulting me, and I can't do that dance again." John felt a growl growing in his chest. He wanted to dance with her. A dance that would require her hair out and her naked up against a wall, on the floor, on a bloody horse. He didn't care where. "I promise to be a perfect gentleman." Hannah looked indecisive, so he threw in a sweetener. "You can wear whatever you wish, Hannah, and if I accompany you, I can take you to private grounds where your horse can stretch his legs without you being seen by the ton." When Hannah's eyes lit up, he knew he had said the right thing. "I'll meet you in the stables in 15 minutes, then." She curtsied and left. John waited until she'd gone and then turned to his sister. "That's very nice of you, John, but please make sure you keep your promise that she isn't seen. She'll never make a good match in London society if people see her in breeches and a shirt." John couldn't help the indignation that spilled out of him. "Hannah should be accepted for the person she is. Damn the ton." Charlotte's eyes widened. John left before she could comment again. He had a date with a wild woman and a horse, and his valet would need every second of the next 15 minutes to get him dressed. 20 minutes later, John found himself running down the stairs. His valet had assured him that no lady could get out of her dress and into a riding habit in 15 minutes. John wasn't so confident when the lady in question was Hannah. John was proven correct when he saw that the beautiful American virgin stood waiting for him, riding crop in hand. "You're late," she called out, and cracked the riding crop across her hand. John's loins tightened at the action. Gods, this woman was unusual. "Let's go," she added impatiently. Hannah gripped the reins on her large stallion, stepped into the stirrup and swung herself up into the saddle. John watched in awe. What lady had strength and dexterity like that? John shook his head and swung up onto his own stallion. Hannah was in a class entirely of her own. "Follow me," he called over his shoulder as he directed his horse out of the stables. He didn't stop to see if she kept up with him. He had every confidence she would. Instead, he just steered his horse through a few short streets until they reached an open field. Hannah pulled her own horse up next to his moments later. "If we cross over that fence, then we should be safe to do anything you like, without judgmental eyes on you," John said,
grinning devilishly. Hannah's laugh rang out like a church bell, and she flicked her riding crop out at him. It artfully connected with his horse's flank just below John's thigh. John's horse lunged forward and he leaned into the saddle. He was always partially aroused when Hannah was around, but he was harder than a rock now. The erection was uncomfortable against the pommel of the saddle, but he pressed into it, happy for the distraction of pain. "Come on!" Hannah yelled over her shoulder as she passed him at an outright gallop. Her horse jumped the fence with feet to spare. The large body of his horse went up and over the obstacle, and John felt the awe in him grow. He loved the power of his stallion, the muscle, the strength. Each step, each jump, emphasized the power of the beast between his legs. As they slowed, Hannah pulled off her long coat that hid her costume and revealed her riding breeches and a shirt tucked beneath the jacket. The coat dropped to the grass and she sped up again. Next, she pulled off her hat, which contained her unbound hair, and the beautiful locks uncoiled down her back. Long, flame-coloured sunshine tresses flowed behind her. John gasped at the sight of her as pre-cum wet his riding breeches. She was incredible, a virtual goddess on horseback. He could barely think, unable to do anything but imagine bending Hannah over and taking her from behind like an animal. What had happened to him? They slowed as they reached an incline, finally stopping at the top of the hill. Hannah turned to him. "Brutus loves to run, so if you can keep up, we'll gallop as far as he'll go, then stop, turn around and gallop back here again." John smiled at the challenge in Hannah's eyes. He was a keen horseman, and he knew his bloodlines. Hannah's horse wasn't a pure breed, but he had been bred for size and speed. He had long, lean muscles, and was taller than even John's stallion. "Ladies first." John indicated the direction they should ride. Hannah made a loud whooping noise and dug her heels into the side of her horse. He broke into an instant gallop and fell into an easy rhythm. It was obvious to John that the horse enjoyed having Hannah as his rider. John groaned as his body responded to her once more. Images of Hannah, naked except for her riding boots and crop, made him harder still. He dug his heels into his stallion's side and set off after this devil of a woman who had bewitched him with her flame hair and her unusual manner. They rode across one field and cleared another fence. John concentrated on his horse's rhythm and gave the animal his head. His horse enjoyed the chase. It had been too long since the last time, for both of them. Riding so fast meant John began to perspire. Sweat trickled down his back and onto his brow. He wiped it with his sleeve, grinning. He felt alive. He was sweating, with the wind blowing his perfectly combed locks out of their carefully constructed shape. His heart was thudding against his chest, in both excitement and arousal. For the first time in a very long time, he was exactly where he wanted to be, and wouldn't have changed a single thing. Hannah pulled her beautiful Brutus back down to a trot. He was breathing hard and covered in sweat. He had almost reached his end point. She spotted a cluster of trees and steered Brutus that way. When they reached the shelter of the trees, Hannah jumped down and turned around to see where John was. Was he lost somewhere along the way? Just as she began to wonder, he appeared, and when he reached her, he trotted past. He stopped his horse 2 trees away from her and Brutus and dismounted. He rode a magnificent stallion, an animal it was hard not to admire. John handled him with a master's touch, the perfect balance of respect and power. He didn't even carry a crop. He walked toward her, his skin glistening with perspiration. "How long will your horse need to rest?" John asked as he pulled off his gloves. Hannah met him halfway, pulling off her own jacket and gloves. She wiped the sweat from her brow and looked up into the sky. "Oh, half an hour should be enough." She looked around. There wasn't a person to be seen for miles. What a relief. She turned to speak to John and couldn't miss the hunger in John's expression as he swooped in for a kiss. His hands wrapped around her face, and Hannah grabbed at John's waist for balance. She moaned as John stroked the sensitive flesh of her face, cheeks and neck.
"Oh, God, do I want you!" John groaned against her neck as he ground his erection into her belly.
Hannah's anger swelled along with her arousal. She wanted him too, but that didn't mean they could just give in to their baser instincts like wild beasts. She swung the riding crop with painful accuracy and connected with John's backside. He released her and arched back, howling in shock and pain.
"Why the hell did you do that?"
he yelled, furiously rubbing his behind. Hannah couldn't help the hysterical laugh that bubbled out of her mouth. He just looked so ridiculous, buttoned up and perfect in his riding costume, yet rubbing his sore behind and swearing like a sailor. "The last time you kissed me, you asked me to be your mistress. I don't intend to give you another opportunity to do so." John snorted like her horse, and Hannah laughed again. She hadn't laughed this much in a long time. Perhaps John was actually good for her.
"I won't repeat the offer."
Hannah snorted inelegantly back.
"You wouldn't dare!"
John steadied himself and stepped back over to her. Hannah raised her crop hand, but John grabbed her arm and twisted it behind her back. She hissed. He wasn't hurting her, but she couldn't get out of his grip. He held her, not increasing the pressure, but not letting her go.
"I don't want you as my mistress," he said in a low voice. "I wish I didn't want you at all."
With her arms pinioned behind her back, Hannah felt completely helpless. The position left her breasts jutting forward. She should have been scared. She knew she should have been petrified. John was a large, powerful man. If he wanted to hurt her, he could have done so. And yet there was nothing but excitement threading through her body, a pulsing dance of nerves that made her breath hitch and her nipples tighten. John's hold on her slackened, and Hannah dropped the riding crop. Suddenly, she didn't want to fight him. His words had finally registered. He didn't want her. "Why? What's wrong with me?" she choked out, insecurities swamping her. What was so wrong with her that John couldn't bear the thought of wanting her? Why did he find it so wrong?
"Are you jesting?"
John gasped, moving both of his hands to grab her buttocks and hauling her against him. His arousal was thick and hard. Hannah gasped in shock as she reached out and grabbed a hold of his arms to steady herself.
"Nothing is wrong with you, and that's the problem. You are a beautiful, clever, outspoken, bloody, painful woman who is driving me insane."
John bent his head and began kissing and sucking at the skin of her neck. Hannah arched her head back to give him better access and gripped John's arms to anchor her. "You can't have me, you know." Somehow she managed to gasp out the words, though her voice was a trifle hoarse.
"I know I can't. You are a marriageable virgin who should be running like mad from me."
John punctuated his words with kisses on her skin and a roll of his hips that caused an answering pull of desire deep in her belly. "Why? Because you change women as often as you change your clothes?" John pulled back.
"What have you heard?"
"That you never hold a mistress longer than 6 months." John let Hannah go and walked away from her so abruptly it was like he'd thrown a bucket of cold water on all the hot places that he'd just ignited. She watched him with a frown prickling her brow. She needed to know how he really felt about women in general and why he changed his mistresses so frequently.
"That is true. I like variety."
John chuckled as though he had told a great joke, and yet the smile didn't reach his eyes and sound rang false. In fact, he looked as cold as a fish. "So you believe all women are the same?" Hannah asked. "Interchangeable, almost." John studied her, then nodded.
"Yes." In my life, women are interchangeable, easily replaceable. They offer physical relief, that is all."
John's face had paled as he spoke, and it was as though the moments of heat and need between them only a minute or two earlier had never happened. "We're all the same, are we?" Hannah asked, placing her hands on her hips. John swallowed, and his eyes seemed troubled.
"There are exceptions to the rule, but generally I have no use for a female outside of the bedroom."
"And love? Where does that fit in with your rules?" Hannah fired at him.
"Love is for fools."
Hannah couldn't stop the groan that surfaced from her throat. From what she had heard then, John surrounded himself with people he would label as fools. "Do your friends know what you think about them?" John's face dropped.
"What do you mean?"
"Do they know you think them fools?"
"I don't."
"Ah, but John, you do. According to your own rules. All 3 of your best friends have made love matches. Does that make them all fools?" John swallowed and looked down. He kicked at a clump of dirt and looked over to where the horses were happily eating grass.
"My friends are exceptions."
Hannah sighed. He was so full of contradictions. "And you? Do you not think that one day you could also be an exception?" John's head snapped up.
"I will not fall in love. I'm not capable of it."
"You mean you don't want to because of your father?"
"You don't know anything about my father."
"I know that he has a long-term mistress that he obviously loves. It's a pity, really. I feel sorry for him. He has spent most of his adult life in love with a woman who isn't his wife." John laughed, the sound dark rather than joyful.
"A pity? Is that what you call it? A pity that he has made my mother's life miserable? A pity that we have spent half our lives cooped up in London during the off-season because we didn't want to go to the country estate and experience the awkward atmosphere? Is it?"
John stopped abruptly. Hannah saw anger and regret running over John's face. "Go on." John shook his head.
"No."
"You've never really spoken about this, have you?" John glared at her, and Hannah glared back. It was clear to her that no woman or man ever challenged John. Perhaps he needed it. Just as her stallion needed to run, John needed to be pushed.
"No, I haven't. It is not suitable conversation for polite company."
And here came John's classic defence. He would hide behind his social armour and avoid difficult topics about love and feelings for as long as he could. "Oh yes, you are the epitome of gentlemanly conduct. Don't think you can fool anyone but yourself, John. You are no gentleman, and you should realise that." Hannah walked back over to her horse and pulled herself up into the saddle. They rode back to the house in complete silence, a strange rift between them where before there had been a connection. Hannah walked her horse into his stable and stayed inside with the animal for some time, watching as a stable hand removed the saddle and bridle and taking over the brushing when it was time. She was far more comfortable staying there with her horse than facing the man who couldn't even be honest with himself, let alone with anyone else. Chapter 6. John watched her walk away and handed his horse's reins to the stable hand. He listened to Hannah for a moment as she crooned to her horse in the next stable along before he left. It would not pay to remember just how special and unusual she was. He needed to think of Hannah in the same way he did all women. Except for his sister and her friends, of course. They were exceptions to the rule. But for his own protection, he couldn't think of Hannah as an exception. He needed her not to be special. Not to engage his thoughts and his feelings. Not to ensnare his heart when he knew he could not return the favour. He had no heart. At least, not where love was concerned.
It had withered and died the day his father placed his mistress in their family home. John headed straight to his room and had his valet draw him a long hot bath. He needed to find a new mistress, quickly. He was frustrated, and he needed the release that only a certain type of woman could give. He recalled the letter he had received the previous week. His most recent mistress had been having difficulty finding new accommodation, and since he hadn't yet replaced her, he'd allowed her to stay until she found somewhere suitable. He decided he would visit her one last time. Then he was sure that this stupid infatuation with the American would disappear for good. The next morning, John awoke from a restless sleep filled with erotic dreams featuring a certain flame-haired American and got ready early. He had plans for the day, and none of them included seeing Hannah. She had made his night-time hours almost unbearable. He was hurrying down the stairs, desperate not to be seen, when he tripped and fell. Pain seared up the inside of his leg as he twisted and landed badly, several steps down. He tried not to call out beyond a shocked groan as fire shot up from his calf, but the loud crash alone was enough to make people come running. So much for sneaking out of the house undetected. The footman crowded around as John pulled himself into a seated position, sweat breaking out on his forehead at the pain in his leg. "Out of the way, please!" It was Hannah's voice. Of course it was. John closed his eyes and groaned more loudly than before. She was the last person he wanted to see, and the very last person he wanted to see him in such a helpless state. "Jennings, call for some ice, and could you two please help John up so that he can sit on the chaise longue in the sitting room? He can rest his leg up that way." John opened his eyes and stared at Hannah. That was the most sensible course of action by far. Who would have known a lady could think of such a thing? "Wouldn't it be better to get him back to his bedroom, Miss Turner?" The old butler was a little perturbed. John shook his head at the idea of being hoisted back up 2 flights of stairs. Before he could tell the butler that he couldn't bear that, Hannah came to his rescue again. "Certainly not! Imagine carrying him up all those stairs and the pain he'd have to endure. Please see to the ice, Jennings, and you two footmen, please help Lord Dunford into the sitting room." Hannah stalked off ahead of them, and John was left with the footman. They pulled him up from his sitting position onto his feet. He bit his lip when he tried to put weight on his ankle, but the 2 men soon supported his weight enough so that he could hobble into the sitting room. Hannah had just finished piling all the cushions up at one end of the chaise. She pointed to the opposite end. "Sit there and place your leg on these cushions," she told him. "Where is the ice?" she inquired of the footman who had assisted John. They assured her that Jennings the butler was attending to that, and then went straight off to find out if he needed any help. John moaned when he sat and swung his leg up, more sweat covering his face as nausea rolled through him. Hannah did everything she could to make sure he was comfortable. She placed another cushion behind his back and went to the sideboard and pulled out the whiskey decanter. John looked on in silence as Hannah poured out 2 glasses of the liquid. One small measure and another overly large. Unsurprisingly, she walked back over and handed him the larger one. "I know it's barely past breakfast, but drink up. It will help." Slightly dazed at her capable manner, John lifted the glass and took a gulp. She sat down in the chair opposite him and sipped hers more delicately. "Are you feeling any better?" she inquired. John was surprised at the signs of concern in Hannah's demeanour. She sounded calm, but sipped again at her whiskey, and he noticed her hands were shaking. "Yes, sore, and no doubt will be a little bruised. But yes, feeling comparatively well, thank you. Are you all right?" John found it a little strange that he was reassuring her when he was the one who was hurt. "Thank you for stopping the servants from carrying me upstairs." Hannah dropped her gaze away from his. "I'm fine," she said quietly. "I just saw you begin to tumble and got a bit of a fright. You might need to ask your physician or maybe a surgeon to look at that ankle, just to be certain."
But from what I know, it appears to me you'll only have a sprain. Certainly a few bruises, too.
Yes, to add to the ones I already have from your riding crop.
John was merely teasing, but his words got a reaction. Her head shot up and her eyes narrowed. Her fear for his safety diminished as she gripped her glass. If you didn't try to kiss me all the time, I wouldn't have to resort to violence. John laughed and opened his mouth without a thought.
Oh, sweetheart, you've been using violence on me since the day we met.
Hannah gasped, and John keeled over laughing at her horror-filled expression. He laughed and laughed until his sides ached. Despite the pain in his leg, he hadn't felt that good in years. In fact, he couldn't remember laughing so much. Ever. When he finally looked back at her, Hannah was smiling with her head cocked to one side.
"What's wrong?" he asked her, still grinning.
"Nothing, you just—"
Hannah stopped and blushed. "Don't tell me you're speechless, Hannah. I can't believe that you won't say what you are thinking."
Hannah's blush deepened. "You will take it the wrong way."
"I sincerely doubt it."
John smiled, knowing that no matter what she said to insult him, it wouldn't change the fact that she had obviously cared enough to help him when he fell. "I was wondering if you are in pain," Hannah said, and John grimaced at the blatant lie. He shifted his leg on the pillow, trying to find a comfortable position. He did in fact feel as if his whole foot was burning.
"I am, to be honest,"
he admitted, and Hannah stood up and moved over to him. She reached out and began to slowly undo his boot. "If I take this off, we can apply the ice directly to your ankle." John swallowed as the pain dulled. Her mere presence was soothing to him.
"I'm not sure about putting ice on my ankle. Maybe a warm bath would be better."
Hannah shook her head. Her fingers brushed aside the laces of his boot and touched the skin of his leg. Fire raced into his groin.
"I can do that,"
he began, leaning forward to brush Hannah's hands away. She smacked him like a 5-year-old child, and John automatically laughed. Would this woman ever stop surprising him? She took the ice from the shocked butler who had just arrived, and John flicked his head to dismiss the old man, who quickly bowed and disappeared. Hannah knelt beside the chaise and wrapped the ice in her handkerchief. Then she gently arranged it over the sorest part of his ankle. Cold relief swamped his foot, and John could only moan in gratitude. "It will hurt more soon, but keep it on for several minutes. It will help."
"And how do you know all of this, Hannah?"
"I was a clumsy child. I often twisted my ankle when thrown from my horse or whilst running," Hannah explained softly, her eyes entirely focused on her task. John couldn't help the frown that appeared across his brow. Thrown from her horse? How often? Had she been badly hurt? "Our family physician always insisted that ice reduces the swelling. Heat can feel good, but sometimes make things worse." John nodded, knowing that there was swelling happening in his breeches as well as his ankle. Thank goodness he didn't need to stand up immediately.
"You never told me what you almost said earlier," John reminded her, hoping she would insult him again.
The fact that she was providing more succor than he had ever experienced from a woman before was not helping him to lose his obsession with her. Hannah smiled and continued to stare down at his foot and ankle. "Just that you look very handsome when you laugh. And I haven't seen you laugh often. Not genuinely." John was glad he was sitting down, because otherwise that comment would have knocked him on his backside. Of all the things he had expected her to say, that wasn't one of them. He swallowed, uncomfortable. This woman touched him so deeply that every word she spoke caused him to ache.
"Hannah,
He started to reach for her, but people bustling into the room interrupted them. "Oh, John, what happened to you?" Charlotte came rushing over to his side. Behind her stood Archie, equally concerned, but also looking a little amused. John groaned inwardly. His sister really had the worst possible timing. "What happened?"
The butler said you fell down the stairs. Has the surgeon been called?"
Charlotte's voice got higher as she spoke. Hannah stood up and put a reassuring hand on Charlotte's arm. "A twisted ankle, Charlotte. No cause for alarm, I would say. A day or two, and he'll be running up and down the stairs again. Ready to fall all over again if he so wishes." Hannah looked at John for the first time in minutes, grinning, and John's ribs constricted around his heart. "Oh, my God! I am falling in love with this woman." He registered the thought with speechless shock. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He just nodded, not even sure what she'd said. "I am in love with Hannah Turner." "Oh, good," said Charlotte, obviously relieved. "Because we have all been invited to an important dinner on Saturday night. What an inconvenience! Had John been confined to bed?" Charlotte beamed, and John groaned. "Another ball, Charlotte." Hannah sighed, and John looked over toward her. He could sense she was slowly deflating. Perhaps Hannah hated the circuit as much as he did. He had never asked her about it. "No, not this time, Hannah. We're going to a dinner party." "Oh? Whose?" Hannah asked absently, sitting down again in the chair opposite John. Now that she knew John was all right and he appeared to be doing better, her energy seemed to have fizzled out. "Rupert and Lizzie's." "Really?" Hannah obviously perked up at that news, sitting up straighter and looking happy. "I can't wait to meet the last spare and his lovely wife," she said gaily, with a glance at John and away. "Lizzie has been informed of your situation, Hannah, so you should have a dinner partner arranged for the evening." "Oh." She rolled her eyes, and Charlotte sat next to her with a pointed stare. "You know that's why you're here, Hannah. It's what the London season is really all about. Not just the business of Parliament. Parties and balls abound, so that everyone who is anyone can admire you and see how beautiful you are." Hannah huffed and looked up as Archie came to sit down and join them. "But I haven't met anyone suitable yet." She wouldn't meet John's eyes when she said this. He knew he wasn't suitable, but it pained him that she blatantly thought so too. "You will on Saturday. I will make sure of it," Charlotte said, smiling smugly. The thought of Hannah charming any other man unaccountably annoyed John. He huffed out a little breath, and Archie shot him a look. "I think we should get John upstairs," Archie announced, obviously having decided he needed to help. Hannah opened her mouth as if to refuse, but John held up his hand. "I think that would be a good idea. I would like to lie down properly now, in my own suite." Hannah opened her mouth again, and John looked directly at her. "I feel much better now," he said. "Thank you so much for your assistance." Hannah blushed and inclined her head. An extra footman was called, and between him and Archie, John was led from the room. Hannah held her pelisse tightly around her shoulders. Charlotte had talked her into wearing her most risque gown for Rupert and Lizzie's dinner party. The sleeves barely stayed on her shoulders, and the neckline was cut very low. The colour was pale, as was appropriate for a virgin, according to her modiste, but the cut of the dress left little to the imagination. "Hannah, this is the Honourable Rupert Willoughby and his wife, Mrs. Willoughby. Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby, meet Miss Hannah Turner, Archie's cousin from America." Hannah curtsied awkwardly and raised her head to look at the newly married couple. The first thing she noticed was how striking the man was. Rupert Willoughby was not only tall and broad, he also had the most piercing blue eyes Hannah had ever seen. Her cheeks heated a little when she looked over at his diminutive wife. Hopefully she hadn't been ogling the poor man. "It's lovely to meet you both," Hannah murmured, with an apologetic smile at Lizzie. Lizzie just chuckled, as if used to people admiring her husband, and extended her hand. Hannah took it in her own and held it a moment. Any relative of Archie's is as good as a relative of Rupert's as far as we are concerned, so please feel quite at home with us. And call me Lizzie, dear Hannah." Hannah's face lit up with the warmest smile she had given in days. What a lovely, gracious woman Lizzie was. "Thank you," she said, squeezing Lizzie's hand and moving over to the area where the footmen were taking coats. Taking a deep breath, Hannah turned and allowed Archie to remove her pelisse. The air around her went still and quiet as almost every person in the room turned to look at her. Hannah's knees went weak with the need to run away from this gathering. She hated getting so much attention, and with this dress she had known that all eyes would be on her. Help came from an unexpected source.
"Hannah, may I escort you into the sitting room?"
John appeared out of thin air, blocking most of the people from her view. He held his arm out, and Hannah grabbed at it, feeling in need of support. "Thank you for that, John," she whispered as she clung to him. She looked up and noticed his cheeks were rosier than normal, and his eyes were intense. "Have you been drinking already?" she asked. John laughed, but didn't answer the question. Several people turned to look at them, and John guided her toward the fireplace. From there, he left her to walk over to the whiskey decanter on a side table and poured 2 glasses. Hannah hesitated when he handed her one of the glasses. She would be damned if she changed for anyone, but surely there were rules he was breaking.
"I haven't had a drop today, but thanks to you looking like that, I think I'll start now."
John clinked his glass with hers and downed his glass in one gulp. Hannah clenched her empty hand into a fist. What was wrong with how she looked? Did he hate her dress as much as she did? She opened her mouth to ask him when John gave her cleavage such a hot look that she didn't speak. Instead, she lifted the glass to her mouth and drank. It was going to be a long night. Lizzie approached at that point, calling out as she walked toward them. "Hannah, I would like to introduce you to your dinner partner for the evening." Somehow, Lizzie had very cleverly inserted herself and a rather handsome gentleman between Hannah and John. "This is Algernon, the Baron Osborne. Lord Osborne, meet Miss Hannah Turner, all the way from Virginia." Hannah smiled at the man in front of her and curtsied. She was pleased to realize it was her best attempt yet.
"Charmed to make your acquaintance, Miss Turner," Lord Osborne replied, bowing appropriately.
Hannah could have sworn that John actually growled, but she chose to ignore the strange sound. "Please call me Hannah," she said. "We Americans don't really stand on tradition." The Baron's eyes widened, and a smile spread across his face.
"Of course, Hannah. If it pleases you, you may address me as Algernon."
"What an unusual and lovely name. Algernon." Hannah let the name roll off her tongue, wondering if it was something she could say every day for the rest of her life. There was an awkwardness to it, she realized. Unlike John, which was easy to say, and felt far more right coming from her lips. She frowned at her nefarious thought, shooting another smile at the Baron in front of her.
"You drink liquor, Hannah?" Algernon asked politely.
Hannah flushed with heat, despite her determination to remain calm. "I do, though I have been told it is not considered very ladylike over here." Algernon chuckled.
"That's only because we men like to separate from the ladies after dinner, and we do enjoy our liquor. I think it would be quite a novelty to have a wife who could enjoy such a comfort with me. Do you not agree, John?"
Algernon turned to include John in the conversation. The latter took an automatic sip of his already refilled glass.
"I don't think so, Algy. Why would any man want to spend more time than necessary with his wife?"
Hannah gasped and narrowed her eyes at the rake of a man standing before her. "Lucky you aren't married then, John. I pity your future wife, whoever she may be." Lord Osborne opened his mouth and laughed so loudly that Hannah took a step backward.
"Did you hear what she said?"
Algernon continued to laugh and slapped John on the shoulder. She cocked her head at the 2 men, wondering why her remark was considered so hilarious. John clenched his teeth together so tightly he was afraid he would crack one of them. Who was this chump of a baron to slap him on the back as though they liked one another's company? John forced himself to laugh along with Algernon, not really believing that what Hannah said was funny at all. He was glad he wasn't married. He didn't have a wife to answer to, and he felt bloody lucky for that fact. "What is so funny?" Hannah asked, cocking her head to the side in that fashion that John secretly loved. He almost groaned out loud. Not love. He hadn't meant to think that. He couldn't afford to love anything about the woman standing in front of him. Except for her body, maybe. That may just be worth loving. But it would need to be temporary. Just like one of his mistresses. The way you said that, Hannah, believe me, was pure poetry. I have never seen anyone talk to Lord Dunford with such disdain, and I don't believe I ever will again. The idiot went off into another round of laughter, and Hannah smiled, obviously pleased with Algernon's enjoyment. When Algernon offered his arm to take Hannah in to dinner, John swallowed, his stomach twisting into a horrible knot. Why did it feel like someone had just punched him? He watched as Hannah walked off with her partner, and then reluctantly turned to Lizzie, who was standing beside him, having escorted a woman over to meet him. "Lord John Dunford, this is the Honourable Mrs. Mary Presley. Mary is recently out of mourning for her late husband, and it took me ages to coax her into joining us tonight. You will make her welcome, won't you, John?" Lizzie studied him carefully, and John thanked her with a relieved smile. At least there would be someone who might take his mind off Hannah. He surveyed the widow and found her to be young, very young. She would be at most 21. She was pretty and petite, but unfortunately John felt no stirrings of desire when he looked at her. His heart sank. "It is a delight to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Presley," he lied, bowing to the woman. The young woman smiled and curtsied. When she rose, she scanned him in an appraising manner. Yes, this widow was definitely up for a good time. What a pity she did nothing for him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Dunford. I have heard a lot about you." John smiled with all the etiquette that had been drilled into him since childhood. "Indeed," he said inanely. "Shall we?" John held out his arm, and when she eagerly jumped forward and took it, escorted the young woman in to dinner. Chapter 7. For the first time in his life, John wished he had a second set of eyes. He could barely concentrate on the delicious courses that Lizzie's servants had served up to him, because all of his attention was engaged by the woman seated at the opposite end of the table to him. Hannah was involved in such titillating conversation, her laughter and that of her companions could be heard all around the table. Unlike Hannah, Mrs. Presley barely seemed able to string a sentence together. When the sumptuous dinner was finally finished, John's neck was sweaty, and his fingers itched for the huge glass of brandy he knew would be waiting for him when the gentlemen retired. Rupert called for port and cigars for the gentlemen, and John happily escorted the widow back to the company of the other ladies in the sitting-room and walked out into the hallway. As he stepped closer toward the men's den, he heard Hannah's sweet voice excusing herself, and then she made her way out of the room. She was probably heading off to apply powder to her nose, John thought. He looked toward the men's sanctuary, the curling smoke of cigars calling out to him, even as he heard Rupert's chuckle and Archie's smooth voice. He turned on his heel and charged straight at Hannah, grabbing hold of her elbow and dragging her along the hallway. "John! What are you doing?" He didn't answer. He just pulled her into the library and shut the door firmly behind them and turned the key in the lock. "John!" Her indignant tone just made him want to lay her down and cover her with his body so that she couldn't speak any more. "What are you doing, flirting with Baron Brainless like that?" John hissed at her. Hannah gasped, her nostrils flaring. "I can flirt with whomsoever I wish. I'm here to find a husband."
Well, look for a proper man. He is not the one for you.
She needs someone with balls and a brain.
Well, who is then? She asked him. The proper man? The one for me? Do tell.
He scanned his memory for anyone who might be a good fit for this gutsy, amazing American lady. Unfortunately, not a single fellow he knew, past or present, came to mind.
No one I know.
She rolled her eyes in an exaggerated movement.
So I'm supposed to go back to America, unwed and alone? A failure in my family's eyes?
No, of course not, John snapped, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Why was she asking him these questions, which he couldn't answer?
How dare you say such a thing to me, John? I need a man to marry, and you are chiding me for some harmless flirting with a respectable candidate.
A candidate? And chiding? Now that was low. He was not chiding. And flirting was never harmless when the lady in question was a virgin. A widow, sure, but society had different rules for widows.
It's not harmless when that same man wants to get you into bed before your wedding night. And if he does, he may not go through with the wedding. You never know with men.
Hannah's nostrils flared, and she threw her hands up in the air.
You can't talk! You have offered me the position as your mistress, kissed me several times, and tonight you flaunted that little floozy right under my nose. Did you bed her in the broom closet whilst I was flirting, John? I did see you both go missing for a little while.
The heat in John's face surged from merely uncomfortably warm to flaming heat.
I did no such thing.
Hannah's eyes narrowed as she put her hands on her hips and glared at him.
You were touching her all through dinner, and then afterward she came into the sitting room looking very disappointed. What's wrong, John? Not up to the task tonight?
John saw red, and his heart went into overdrive. He grabbed the woman in front of him and pushed his body against hers, taking several steps forward until her back was pressed against a wall.
Listen to me, he growled when Hannah fought against him. Does this feel like I would struggle to take a woman tonight?
He pressed his erection against Hannah. She gasped, and her face flushed. In anger or in arousal? Perhaps both. John couldn't tell.
I don't know what you're capable of doing, do I?
John pinned Hannah tighter as she continued to struggle. He bent close so that he could whisper into her ear.
You drive me insane. I want no one but you. If I thought I could rut on that woman and forget you, I would. But when she offered herself to me after dinner, I couldn't think of anything but you. And I refused her advance. Because of you, John growled, as his now completely aroused body dug into her belly, searching for access to her beautiful skin. I cannot get you out of my head, Hannah. You're all I can think of.
Hannah gasped and struggled again, causing pleasure to zing along his veins.
Let me go. You don't really want me?
Her voice became higher-pitched, almost a squeak, and her chest rose and fell with exertion.
Oh, Lord, I want you so badly, Hannah.
John lifted a hand to caress Hannah's face. Her eyes widened, but she finally stopped struggling against his hold.
Do you really want me to let you go? I will if you say so, he murmured.
There was silence while he waited, and then her answer whispered over him. No, I don't want you to let me go. Groaning, he leaned in and captured her lips in a fierce kiss that was all about need. There was no finesse in his technique tonight. He swept his tongue against Hannah's lips, and she opened her mouth to him. He groaned again and took full advantage of her invitation. Sliding both of his hands down to her bottom, he pulled her into him and devoured her mouth. Hannah ran her hands through his hair and gripped his head. She continued to kiss him back as her hands began to move down his back. She cupped his buttocks the way he cupped hers,
and a shiver of anticipation shot through him. He broke off their kiss to whisper, "You are so beautiful." His lips traced a line down Hannah's sweet, soft neck. Her scent rose around him. He didn't want to beg, but the words seemed to form on their own volition. "Touch me, Hannah. Please." It was the please that did it for Hannah. She believed him when he said that no other woman aroused him at that moment, because she felt the same way. She had met, spoken to, and walked with countless gentlemen since her arrival in London. And the only one who filled her thoughts and her dreams was John. She wanted only John. Feeling bold in their mutual desire, Hannah slipped her hands around to John's maleness, eager to find out what pulsed beneath her hands. She slid one palm over the length, unable to hold the whole amount in one hand. Hannah gasped at the size and hardness of him. Could a piece of flesh really feel like that? Everywhere on her own body was so soft. "Hannah!" John's voice sounded strained. Then the next thing she knew, he had pulled her down and around, and she was suddenly sitting in John's lap on the chaise. "I just want to touch you. Please trust me," John whispered into her ear as he lifted her skirts up with his free hand. Hannah glanced toward the locked door. The strange thing was, she didn't really care what would happen to both of them if they were caught in here together. She had to know what all the fuss was about. And her body was burning for John's touch. She lost her nerve the moment John's hand reached her inner thighs. Clamping her legs together, she stilled his hand where it was. "Are you sure you should do that?" she asked, a moan escaping her throat when John lightly bit her ear and caused a shiver of sensation to course down her spine. "I shouldn't, but I want to." "Can I touch you too?" she asked, itching to reach back down where her hands had been only moments before. The differences between their bodies interested her a lot, and now that she finally had access to a man she desired, she was unable to leave him alone. "Yes," John groaned, as he shuffled her further along his thighs, allowing a gap between their bodies now, and pushed her hand back to his groin. Now what did she do with it? "What do I do?" John chuckled, sounding pleased by her question. "Press your palm along the length." When Hannah rubbed her hand up and down the length, John moaned out loud, and the sound made her insides tighten and clench in a pleasurable way. "Yes, like that. Now open your legs and let me give you pleasure." Hannah ducked her head into John's neck so that he couldn't see how embarrassed she was, and opened her legs for him. He moved his fingertips and gently grazed the crinkly hair at the apex of her thighs. "No undergarments?" John asked, sounding shocked. "I don't like them," she admitted, pressing her hand along John's length again. Was he disgusted by her unladylike habit? "Never wear them. I love that you are naked beneath all of these skirts." He pressed his thumb onto an extra sensitive piece of flesh, and Hannah shot up in his lap. "John! That feels exquisite." She couldn't get the word out. She was suddenly breathless. "I know. Kiss me again." Deciding to trust the one with the experience, Hannah tipped up her head and offered her lips to him. John used his thumb to circle her flesh again and again. It was simply amazing, the sensations of pleasure that wove through her body with each touch. She would never have believed anything could feel so good. John then slipped his fingers back between her legs and spread the moisture that had accumulated there. "God, you're wet." Heat spread across her cheeks as John nipped at her ear and throat in that beautifully passionate way he had. "Is that bad?" she asked, unsure if her body was doing what it was meant to be doing. John laughed again, the sound throaty and deep. "No. It means you want me to do this. I love it." John pressed one long finger deep into the entrance of her body, and Hannah only just contained a scream as pleasure speared her insides. "Shh!" John murmured, capturing her mouth in another kiss. He added a second finger to the first one, and Hannah moaned as the sensation of thickness inside her doubled. How could such a thing feel so incredible? Then she realized that she had both hands around John's neck again, and she wasn't giving him any of the pleasure that he was sharing with her. Another moan escaped her lips when he used both his fingers and his thumb on her, the combination both overwhelming and incredible in its pleasure. Tingles pulsed down her legs and added to the overall feelings building in her belly. She dropped her hand to where John was bulging against his evening breeches. She pressed her fingers against him and rubbed up and down. She attempted to use the same rhythm John used on her, getting faster in her strokes as his fingers worked faster on her. "Stop, Hannah, please. I can't finish in my breeches." Hannah didn't understand that sentence. "I don't want to stop, and where else can you finish?" John groaned and pulled out his handkerchief. "Unfasten my breeches and touch me properly." Hannah swallowed as fear took over. She looked into the sweetest brown eyes she had ever seen and noticed that he wasn't pushing her or trying to take anything from her. He was pleasing her without taking her virtue. With shaking hands, she unfastened his breeches as quickly as she could, and John's member sprang out. It was long and thick, and came from a bed of hair darker than his head. Hannah looked up, and fresh desire filled her when she saw the hunger clearly written on his face. She leaned into him for a kiss as she reached in and grabbed him with her hand. He was warm and soft, yet hard all at once. His flesh leapt when she touched him, which made her grab him tighter. "Like this," John whispered, wrapping his hand around hers and guiding her in the movement that he liked. She did as he told her, and moments later John was thrusting into her hand. Hannah felt a glow of pleasure at being able to please him, just before her own pleasure began to cloud her brain. John flicked his thumb over her sensitive flesh again, over and over, until she was arching her back and urging his fingers deeper into her canal. She wanted to scream at the delicious pressure that felt like she was about to explode. Hannah did cry out when John sped up his movements, and her whole body peaked in pleasure. She was suddenly shaking and burning as wave upon wave of pleasure washed over her. "Oh, God, yes! Hannah, yes!" John groaned as her shaking began to subside, and he wrapped his handkerchief around her hand and his staff. Hannah continued to stroke him as he growled, and a hot wetness spurted all over her hand and the handkerchief. John threw back his head and closed his eyes, his body shaking just as much as hers had. John looked up into her eyes, and Hannah couldn't resist leaning forward and giving him one more lingering kiss before she drew her hand away. John withdrew his hand from her too, and thoughtfully pulled her skirts back down before attending to himself. Hannah slid off John's lap to give him more room to clean himself and lay her head against the chaise back. How could she never have known that such pleasure existed? No wonder John was chased from pillar to post by married and widowed women. If you'd had a taste of such a thing, why would you ever want to stop? The thought was sobering, and Hannah stood to inspect herself in the mirror. She looked flushed and her lips were swollen, but overall she still looked like herself. If only she felt like herself. John finally finished and stood up, fixing his clothes and checking his appearance in the reflective glass of a cabinet. "That was truly wonderful, Hannah. Thank you." He sounded sincere, but something had changed in his tone, and she lamented the loss of the heat and passion they'd just shared. "Thank you, John. I had no idea such pleasure existed." John smiled and stepped closer. "We will be missed, so I think I need to get back to the gentlemen. Do you think you can head back to join the ladies without raising too much suspicion?" She bit her lip. How long had they been in here? She supposed she could tell her cousin's wife that she had experienced unexpected monthly cramps or bleeding. "Yes, I'm sure I can." "Very good. Let's go, then." John held the door open for her and checked the hallway. No one was in sight. "All right. Well, goodbye, John." "Goodbye, Hannah." John's beautiful lips quirked up in a smile, and Hannah gathered her skirts, took a deep breath, and walked out of the warm room where a man had shown her the greatest pleasure she'd ever known. And as she stepped back into the sitting room to apologize for being so tardy, she didn't need to fake her tiredness or fatigue. Her head was spinning, and her belly was still cramping with the pleasure that had been given to her. After hearing that she wasn't well, dear Charlotte excused both herself and Hannah, and they headed straight home. As she lay in bed alone that night, her head was full of everything she'd experienced. Now that she'd tasted the sweetness of John's passion, she knew she wanted more. Chapter 8. John stared at the carved wooden door in front of him. He'd seen this same townhouse 1,000 times in the past 10 years, and yet tonight it seemed unfamiliar, foreign. A scream somewhere in the street behind him startled him, and he tugged at his jacket, pulling it closer. Suddenly, he hated this part of town. He lifted his hand and knocked, the front door swinging open with a suddenness that spoke of Kate's enthusiasm for his visit. "John!" Kate's painted mouth curved up in invitation as she held open the door for him. She was clad only in her sheer nightgown, one of the many things he'd bought for her in the 6 months she'd been his mistress. "Kate, good evening." He stepped inside and let her kiss him in greeting, turning his head so that her tacky lips only brushed his cheek. He drew away, and she frowned before closing the door behind him. He waited for the normal feelings of lust to flood over him. This woman was available, ready and willing, and technically still in his life. He felt nothing. "Come this way," she said, in a tone dripping with honey. She took his hand and led him to a bedroom they'd used often in the past 6 months. Despite the fact that she was meant to be moving out as soon as she found a new protector, when he'd asked for a visit this evening when he'd contacted her a week before, she'd accepted with alacrity. The girl was probably hoping he'd change his mind, keep her on longer. But that was not going to be the case. The way he was feeling, with lead in his gut and a sour taste in his mouth, he knew there would be no rise out of him tonight. "Do you have brandy, Kate?" Her brow furrowed. "Yes, in the other room. Shall I get it?" "Yes, please." Her hair was lackluster, and her skin did not shine. Not like Hannah's did. Why was he suddenly noticing these things? He'd never even been aware of them before. She left, and he tugged on his cravat, loosening the restrictive material a touch. A week ago he had thought to come here and slake his lust with Kate one last time, but now the thought turned his stomach. It wasn't Kate. She hadn't changed. It was him. He didn't even recognize himself when he stared at his reflection in the mirror. Hannah had given him a taste of her passion, and she now slept many streets away in the safety of Archie's townhouse, while he could not stop thinking about her. Surely he should be slaking his lust with his mistress rather than fantasizing about a marriageable virgin. He'd been stupid to do such a thing with Hannah. If they'd been caught, her reputation would have been destroyed, and both their lives would certainly have changed irrevocably. But he hadn't been able to stop himself. Not when she'd looked at him with such need in her beautiful eyes. But Hannah was not his to claim. He was a rake, not marriageable material, and Hannah deserved so much better than him. This was where he belonged. This was who he was. Kate re-entered the room and handed him a large glass of brandy. "Thank you." He took it and drank half of the contents in one swallow, relishing the burn as it slid down his throat. He fell into a nearby chair and stared at the slight woman before him. She'd always been too thin for his particular taste, but he'd never given it much thought before tonight. Now he compared her to the perfection of Hannah's strong, feminine body,
and found his mistress severely lacking. "Do you want me, John?" Kate began to sway in a dancing movement, her hips tilting and rolling, and her fingers lowering the material of her nightgown down from her shoulders until her small breasts were visible. He felt nothing. No reaction at all. "Beautiful," he lied, quickly throwing back the rest of his brandy, his already inebriated brain loving the new level of alcohol. What was wrong with him? Kate toyed with her nipples, drawing them to tight peaks in a pretty display, and yet all he wanted to do was grab a cloak and hand it to her, telling her to cover up. What had Hannah done to him? Where was his fire? Where was his legendary lust for women that could never be quenched? Only a few weeks earlier, he'd been drowning in the heat of his hormones. Tonight he sat staring at a half-naked woman, and he may as well have been playing cards with his friends. "Please stop, Kate." She frowned at him and pouted. "What do you mean?" "I'm sorry. I can't do this." He pulled himself to his feet, swaying as the alcohol coursed through his veins, making his head light. She pulled up her nightgown and slid it back into place, then reached for a heavier gown that lay over the back of one of the chairs. When she was fully covered, he relaxed, relieved now that she was not expecting anything from him. He didn't have to perform. He couldn't, even if he had wanted to do so. "I came to ask if you need another week to collect your things and move out." Her mouth dropped open as she stared at him, then she glared with a heat he had rarely seen before. "You still want me to leave? I thought this visit meant you wanted me to stay." "No." He shook his head sadly. She scowled at him. "So, it really is true that no woman ever lasts longer than 6 months with you, John? I thought that to be a myth." "Sorry, but that is correct. 6 months is my maximum. I did tell you that at the start of our time together, and I have said it all the way through our liaison." "Well, yes, but I didn't believe you." "Let me know where you are staying, and I will send a final payment. That should help you get set up in a new situation." "You're a bastard, John." He staggered to the door and half bowed to her. "It's been a pleasure knowing you too, Kate." He let himself out of his house and inhaled breaths of fresh air. He was staying with his older brother during this year's season, having committed to spending more time at ton events. His elder brother, Edward, had yet to produce a male heir by his wife, Margaret. The pressure was slowly and carefully being applied to John's neck. Perhaps that was another reason why he was not feeling quite well in himself right now. He wandered along the road, heading back towards his brother's house and feeling lost within himself. Who was he now? What was the right path for him to take moving forward? He needed to get home and reassess what he was going to do with his life. He'd be 30 the following year, and he knew that his family's pressure to marry and produce children would increase. He had absolutely no need for a wife, nor for a title, and yet, as he continued down the cold, dark street, he could feel the walls of a cage closing in on him. John's world had tilted on its axis, and it was all Hannah's fault. Those precious few moments in the library had changed everything for him. She'd been passionate and beautiful, and everything he had never imagined a woman could be. He also knew her to be intelligent and feisty, as at home on the back of a horse as she was in a sitting room. The opposite of every thought he'd ever had about what a woman was usually like. But the thing that was confusing him the most was her passion and what it could mean for his future. If an actual lady like Hannah could enjoy his bed and give him the physical comfort and companionship he craved, was a monogamous marriage truly possible? Looking at his parents' union, he'd grown to loathe the very idea of marriage. However, since watching his friends fall under the spell of their women, he'd begun to realize that an alternative to misery was indeed a possibility. Even when he'd watched Rupert fall in love with Lizzie, John had never really believed it was possible to feel that way about a woman. To be so smitten and so content together. And yet, Here he sat, unable to think about anything other than how incredibly amazing Hannah was, and he began to imagine what it might be like if they were wed. Chapter 9. Feeling a hand rest on his shoulder, John looked up to see Oliver's kind gaze studying him. He had been visiting Oliver and Sarah for an evening, and had been lost in thought for most of the time he'd been there. "Join us in the card room for a brandy," Oliver invited, giving John's shoulder a squeeze. He took a deep breath and nodded, dragging himself up by the metaphorical bootstraps. His soul felt heavy today, and with that heaviness came a bone-deep tiredness. However, when he walked into the card room, he saw a pair of familiar dark blue eyes, and his spirits lifted a touch. "Rupert," he greeted his friend with a smile. "I'm sorry I didn't get much of a chance to talk to you the other night. I disappeared into the library for a while, and spent half of the evening finding out how beautifully passionate Hannah is." Rupert grabbed him into a bear hug, squeezing him tightly. John laughed and stepped out of his friend's embrace. When had Rupert ever hugged him? In 15 years, he couldn't remember a single moment when this had happened. His friend had changed, with marriage to the woman he loved. "You never can chat properly at those dinners," Rupert said, shrugging offhandedly. They'd had a small amount of time together after the dinner, but Rupert, being the host, had been mostly engaged in conversations with other gentlemen whom John didn't know very well. They all sat down together around the card table. "The new house is to your liking?" Oliver asked Rupert. "Yes, though it needs refurbishing. We're happy there. I've ordered us a new bed, too." Rupert winked, his message clear. John couldn't help smiling. Rupert may have recently married, but he seemed to be the same man as before, which was strangely comforting. "Married life as boring as they say?" he asked Rupert, leaning forward in his chair and attempting to reconnect with the man who, once upon a time, had been as cynical as he was. Rupert, Oliver and Archie all burst out laughing, and it was at him, not at his question. John couldn't stop the heat rushing across his face. He lifted his hand and called for more brandy. "I was serious with the question," John muttered, staring down into his empty glass. "Definitely not for me," Rupert answered with another laugh. John poured all 4 of them large glasses of brandy and held his up. "Then I'm happy for you, all of you," he choked out, before guzzling the contents down in one long gulp. Archie, who rarely drank, did the same thing, disguising his gasp with a cough. Oliver was next. Rupert waited for a moment, looking at John. Weighing up the situation correctly, he downed his drink and filled their glasses again. John looked at the 3 men who had once been his universe, his family, and his saving grace. They had been there for him for more than half his life. "What's wrong, John?" Archie asked gently, reaching out and laying a hand on John's sleeve. He removed it after a moment, but the heat of his hand remained, giving John strength. "All my life, I didn't want to be like my father, loving the wrong woman and making my family suffer for it." John reached for his brandy glass again, but Rupert pushed a glass of water at him. John was startled by his friend's gesture and stared into Rupert's eyes. They were startling blue, but they were clear. "Just alternate," Rupert said. "It reduces the headache." John took a sip of water and grimaced. Not quite the same kick. He took a deep breath and forced himself to keep going with his declaration. "I look at you 3, and I can't imagine any of you doing what my father did to your wives. So I want to know more. Tell me how and why you ended up, happily married. In love." John couldn't say it. Instead, he stumbled to a stop. Surely his friends would know what he needed to ask, and more importantly, what he needed answered. "You go first. You were the first to fall." Rupert indicated to Oliver and took a long drink from his glass of water. "Well,"
Oliver laughed. I don't know what to say. John just stared at his friend. He didn't know how to ask for the advice he needed. He wasn't even sure exactly what he wanted to hear. Oliver tapped his fingers on the rim of his brandy glass and stared at the empty crystal with unfocused eyes. Sarah was a surprise for me. When I inherited the title, I assumed I would have to marry someone like my sister-in-law. Oliver shuddered. The hairs on John's own neck prickled at the thought. What a horrible woman Oliver's sister-in-law was. Ugly and domineering, a veritable horse of a female. But I fell in love with Sarah. She was kind and beautiful. She made me think that I could be happy with her. And I am. That's it. Oliver finished with a sheepish shrug. John swallowed. Was it really that simple? He turned to Archie, his brother-in-law. Archie had seduced his sister right under his nose. That fact still rankled. Archie smiled in a similar manner to Oliver. For myself, I had always thought that I would never marry, because of how my late brother's lifestyle brought about his unfortunate illness. Or I thought that if I did marry, I would have to marry a woman who would be happy to be in an outcast family. Archie shrugged, and Rupert reached over and squeezed his shoulder. John swallowed uncomfortably and reached out to take another sip of his water. It went down much easier the second time, and he didn't wince. But Charlotte was exactly what I needed. No details, please. John held up his hand with a grin, lightening the mood considerably. The other men chuckled, and Archie smiled. She was my opposite, my balance. She was fire and determination when I was cold and polite. She made me feel all the things I didn't want to feel. She made me believe I had a right to love someone like her. Archie seemed to want to say more, but his words appeared to stick in his throat. He motioned to Rupert, and John realized that Archie was finished disclosing his personal details. That was a pity. He should have liked to learn more about his sister's married life. Not the physical details, of course, but more about their love for one another. Rupert grinned. I married the best lover I ever had. The four of them laughed at that. Typical Rupert, always the joker. Seriously, John, I was very similar to these two. I thought that because I was to inherit, I had to marry an appropriate lady, which meant a marriage like my parents had, with duty, coldness, conflict and separate beds and— Hold on, John stated, holding a hand up to stop his friend. A memory of Oliver saying that he and Sarah shared the same bed every night swam up in his memory. Do you share the same bed? Every night? He asked with incredulity. Rupert couldn't possibly be doing that. Rupert shrugged and grinned slyly. It has its advantages. John blinked. But what about that time during the month when you can't? He trailed off. This topic was not discussed within gentlemen's circles. Rupert flushed. Good God! His friend was blushing. I sleep better with her, Rupert replied gruffly. John turned surprised eyes to his other friends. Always, Archie nodded. Always, Oliver declared. I would be sent to Scotland if I denied her that. Oliver chuckled as though he was joking, but John could tell that he was being serious. He knew that Sarah had left Oliver for Scotland early on in their marriage. There was obviously a story there. John turned back to his most rakish friend. He didn't want to be distracted again. Finish what you were saying, Rupert. Rupert took a long sip of his brandy and gasped. John, I married the woman whom I wanted above all others. The one with whom I fell in love. It really was that easy. And I have never for 1 second regretted the decision. John compiled the thoughts in his head much quicker than usual. Drinking water helped with all sorts of things, it seemed. In summary,
His friends had married women who were ladies, but not the typical ton lady. The women were all different to their men, but complemented them. They were ladies with good hearts and minds as well as beauty. If Rupert was to be believed, they were also wonderful in bed. It sounded to John that what his friends felt about their wives was exactly how he felt about Hannah.
"Thank you," John said to all of them.
He downed the rest of his water.
"I have some information about a new investment, the East India Shipping Company, that you all may find interesting," Archie began, and John forgot his problems for a little while. He could think about them later. They were never far away.
When John returned to his brother's townhouse, he heard the command.
"Please come into the library, John."
He cringed, hearing the tone in his older brother's voice. He followed Edward into his darkened study and sat down at the mahogany desk. A bottle of port sat on the surface, 2 crystal glasses accompanying the full decanter.
"Port?"
For a moment he considered saying, "I'll have water," but then he gave in.
"Yes, thank you."
He accepted the glass and sat down in the chair. His skin was prickling in awareness, and he was trying not to fidget.
"How have you been, John? How was your time in the country this year?"
John gulped down some of his port. In 30 years of life, he didn't think he'd ever been asked about his welfare by his brother. Edward must be worried.
"It was a touch tiresome, if I may be honest. Watching our sister and her husband fawning all over each other for several weeks was somewhat annoying. But at least I had somewhere pleasant to stay and enjoy country society."
His brother stared at him for a moment, as they both recalled the tension their father had brought into their lives by the presence of his mistress in close proximity to their country home.
"I enjoy going to the Scottish estate once the season is over, John. The estate affords several fine houses, and if you want to spend time in any one of those at any point throughout the year, you only need ask."
John nodded his thanks. At the same time, he wondered where his brother stashed his mistress through those long months with his wife. But he didn't dare ask. He finished his port and reached for the bottle. He had the feeling he was going to need fortification for the next part of this conversation.
"We need to discuss the matter of the dukedom's inheritance."
"Why? Is father unwell?" They both knew that their father was in excellent health. He was barely around their mother at all, spending most of his time with his mistress. He attended ton events, of course, when obliged to do so, but did little else to stress himself.
"No. This is about the succession. As of now, I am the heir, and you are listed as my heir, should I die without legitimate male issue. The doctor does not believe Margaret will ever provide me with a legitimate heir, and I have no wish to try to divorce her and bring such a scandal down upon our family."
"Agreed," John replied.
"But there is still hope, I am sure."
Margaret, having been married off to Edward when barely out of the schoolroom, was only 24.
"The doctor does not seem to think so. I have sired 4 children by now, so it is not me. Margaret must be barren. Moreover, there seems to be a history of barrenness in her family. Several of her aunts, although married, have remained childless. I have long since stopped going to her bedroom."
John grimaced at the evidence that their father's choices had impressed on them both in an obviously harmful way. John couldn't love anyone, and Edward was happy to love anyone who wasn't his wife.
"I hadn't realized I had any nephews or nieces, albeit born on the wrong side of the blanket, if you'll forgive me." "I have 2 of each. They are beautiful children,"
Edward said, pride colouring his tone. Edward didn't address the fact that John would have liked to know his brother's children. He seemed to be following in his father's footsteps.
"Do you know if we have any brothers or sisters from our father?"
John had never thought about it before, and hadn't even cared if the truth be known. But seeing the scenario unfolding as it was now, he wondered if he had missed out on something.
"I believe he has had several with his mistress. They all live out on the country estate with her."
"Have you ever met them?"
"No."
Edward didn't seem in the least interested in doing so either. John wanted to howl at his brother's lack of emotion. For gentlemen who had enjoyed spreading their seed and their love around, the Dunford males certainly didn't appear to have any real emotions.
"Is that all, Edward? Because if not, I am away to bed."
He needed to be alone and dream about Hannah's beautiful body and think about the now empty house on the cheap side of London town.
"No, that is not all. Now that you are my heir, it is your duty to provide the dukedom with an heir. Preferably an heir and a spare, as father did. So, I am going to ask you to marry as soon as possible. I have someone in mind if you have no particular preference."
Damn you to hell. Never. He was not being auctioned off to the highest bidder, as had all the eligible men of his family before him.
"I do have a preference, and that is not to marry. You must marry. You have no choice. It is your duty."
Duty. A wave of nausea flowed over John, and he closed his eyes so as not to shout right into his brother's face. When he opened his eyes, he had clamped down a little on his anger. But only a little.
"Edward, I do have a choice. Who is next in line in inheritance after me?"
Edward's face tightened and screwed up in an ugly grimace.
"Cousin Harold."
It was John's turn to cringe. Cousin Harold was a simpleton and a gambler. He would run the estate into the ground within a matter of months.
"You only have to provide an heir, John, along with a spare. Not a difficult job for you with a fertile woman. I will rent you a handsome house in town, and you can keep as many mistresses on the side as you want. Just marry a ton lady, and you can have anything your heart desires."
John's memory flashed back to that horrible night when he'd seen what sort of marriage his parents had, and he never wanted to experience anything like that. A dutiful marriage of convenience was the last thing to which he'd willingly agree. He stood and began to pace the room. He would not be like his father and brother. He had sworn an oath to himself that he never would, but did that mean he was damned to a lonely fate? Could he, perhaps, be like Oliver? Like Rupert and Archie? Was a good, solid marriage possible for a man like him?
"I will not marry someone of your choosing."
He'd be lumped with a cold young thing that he'd toss aside in a year, just as his brother had done to Margaret.
"You have 1 year, John."
That should have been ample time, but he wanted more than that. If he was going to offer a home to a woman who could compete with Lizzie, Sarah and Charlotte, he needed to be worthy of it.
"Rent me a townhouse in St. James's. I want to be in within the month."
His brother's eyes widened at the demand.
"Do this, Edward, and I will marry a woman worthy of being the mother of a future Duke of Arrow."
His brother stood up and extended his hand. John stepped forward and shook his brother's hand in agreement.
"Done."
Chapter 10. Hannah tapped her foot against the furniture, bored out of her mind. She wanted to do something other than take tea with ladies who could do nothing but gossip about the latest fashions. Luckily, Charlotte regularly visited Sarah and Lizzie, and they visited in return. They had interesting conversation most of the time.
"Lord John Dunford is here," the butler announced, stepping into the room.
"Oh, good God!" Hannah jumped to her feet. What was she going to do now?
"What's the matter?"
Charlotte asked, putting down her needlework. Charlotte's needlework was exquisite, but Hannah would rather make a dress for herself than embroider a cushion cover if she had to sew. At least that would be useful. How could she explain to Charlotte how she currently felt about John? Charlotte, noticing Hannah's agitation, turned toward the butler. "Jennings, kindly direct Lord John to the study to meet the Earl and chat for a while. We ladies need half an hour to finish what we are doing."
"Yes, my lady."
The butler bowed out of the room, and Charlotte turned to Hannah. "What has happened? Why have you suddenly developed a strong reaction to John?" Something in Hannah's face must have clued her in. Charlotte's eyes grew wide, and then her mouth made a large O as though shocked. "Please don't tell me you're falling in love with my brother. He's my own flesh and blood, so I mustn't speak ill of him, but I fear to say he is a total rake. Not at all a desirable suitor for an innocent young lady like you." Hannah collapsed onto the chaise, her belly tightening with need as she heard John's deep voice ricochet down the hallway. "Tell me, Hannah, and quickly. I need to know what has transpired between you and my brother." Charlotte's brow had tightened into a frown. "Oh no, Charlotte. Please don't worry about me in that regard. I know what sort of man John is." Hannah had met many of John's type back home in Virginia. Rakes and dandies were not exclusive to London. She had to admit to herself that she respected the fact that John hadn't tried to get her into his bed. Not since he'd learnt that she was a virgin, anyway. But he was also the first man to tempt her, and if ever there was a man with whom she would want to dally, it was Lord John Dunford. "Good." Charlotte's relief was obvious. "Because although I do not believe my brother to be a debaucher of innocence, he is still a man. And, let us be honest, a man of highly carnal appetites at that. Yes, I know. I am not intimidated by him." Charlotte's eyebrows flew up and a strange look passed over her face. Perhaps Hannah shouldn't have agreed so readily. "Then what troubles you still, Hannah?" Should she tell Charlotte what tortured her? She didn't have a sister, nor did she have any other trusted friends in England, so perhaps Charlotte was the best person to whom to speak. Although perhaps Charlotte would be biased, as John was her brother. I had a moment with John at Lizzie and Rupert's dinner party, and I would like to enjoy some more time with him, if you think it would be possible." Charlotte's eyes widened, and she shuffled to the edge of her chair, her small round tummy protruding from her dress. "Did my brother do something inappropriate? If he did, I will reprimand him severely. You are in our care." The poor woman's face was turning red with obvious shame and horror. "Oh no, Charlotte! Please never worry about me in that way. I am well capable of taking care of myself." Charlotte seemed to relax a little, but she chewed on her lip in a worried way. Hannah tilted her head, pondering the wisdom of her decision here. "Maybe it's best that I speak to someone else about this. Lizzie might be better. She was a lot more relaxed than Charlotte, and newly married, albeit for the second time." Charlotte shook her head emphatically. "No, I'm sorry. I struggle to see my brother in any light other than how I've always seen him. How the other ladies in the ton see him is likely a different matter altogether." That was interesting. "How do you see him, Charlotte?" Charlotte softened, her whole body relaxing, and a genuine smile appearing on her face. "John's wonderful. No doubt he's a rascal, and has been with half the available women in London, but he's always been a wonderful brother to me, kind, loving, and patient." She giggled. "He punched Archie, one of his best friends, in the face when he found out I was pregnant." "Pregnant? Before marriage?" Charlotte nodded sheepishly, her pretty face staining red. "Yes, we were rather more passionate than we should have been." "Seriously?" Hannah couldn't imagine this quiet, reserved lady being passionate, or anything near it. "I didn't know." Charlotte shrugged. "I was deeply in love with him, and full of the impetuousness of youth, so making love to Archie was very natural for me." Hannah had never thought of it that way. "I can't imagine such a thing being natural, or, well, I couldn't until the other night," she said. Being with John had awoken a devil inside her. Need clawed at her belly through the night, and she finally understood the hunger that people spoke about men having. Her mother had always said she should have been born a boy, the way she rode horses and roughhoused with her cousins. So perhaps this was another one of those traits she had inherited from her father.
The other night John kissed you?" Hannah nodded, her belly jumping with nervous energy as she waded into this much-needed conversation. "Yes, and touched me until we both found satisfaction. I don't know what the word is for it." Charlotte swallowed visibly. "Well, then, I can see why you would want to see him again," replied Charlotte slowly. "I do, Charlotte. And I know your brother is not the marrying kind. So what do I do while I wait for the right suitor to come along? What about Baron Osborne, whom you met at Lizzie's that night? Was he not a good match for you?" Hannah sighed, her heart at odds with her head in this way. "Yes, he is a good match, but I did not feel anything for him. I have waited this long to be married, Charlotte. I don't want to choose the wrong person now." She didn't want to say it, but she didn't want a boring life, nor a husband to whom she would soon grow indifferent. She wanted fire and passion, just like Charlotte seemed to have. "I agree with you, Hannah. Marriage is for life, and you want to pick a man who loves you, or at least respects you. If I have learned anything from my marriage, and the marriages of Sarah and Lizzie, it is that those two qualities are essential for contentment in marriage." Hannah took a deep breath, unsure of how the things she was thinking would sound once spoken aloud. "But in the meantime, do you think it would be all right to perhaps dally with your brother a little?" Charlotte bit her lip again, obviously conflicted, and Hannah's heart squeezed tight. She tried not to panic as the time stretched on, but instead waited for her cousin's wife to respond. This was something she very much wanted to know. She hadn't met anyone in London so far who made her feel the way John did. He made her angry. So angry she wanted to throw things at his head. But then she wanted to kiss away his pain and find out why he seemed so broken. All very worrying signs that she, perhaps, was more enamoured of him than she should be. And yet she did not wish to stay away from him. She hadn't waited this long to finally feel that spark of attraction to just walk away from it. She wanted to see where these overwhelming feelings would take her. Where they would take both of them, provided Lord John Dunford felt for her as she did for him. "I believe it wouldn't be bad for you to spend some time with John, as long as you are both discreet. If you are compromised, he will have to marry you. And I would not wish that sort of marriage upon you." That sounded ominous. "What sort of marriage do you mean, Charlotte?" "The sort of dutiful marriage that my parents have, that my elder brother Edward has. John's marriage would be the same, I am sure of it." Hannah still did not know what sort of marriage that was, but before she could ask, the door swung open and Archie stepped in. "Are you ladies ready to receive visitors now?" Charlotte stood up, extending her hand so that her husband would walk forward and kiss it. As he did so, Hannah watched her cousin and his wife, and saw the hints of romance of which Charlotte had spoken. Then Lord John Dunford walked into the room, and liquid heat poured into Hannah's belly. The man was so handsome. Her eyes ached from staring at his perfectly sculpted lips and cheekbones. When he looked her way and their eyes met, her body quivered in that place where John had so cleverly stroked with his fingers that last magical night. "Good day, Miss Turner. Hannah." "John?" She curtsied and gave him a smile, unable to prevent from expressing how happy she was to see him. If Charlotte thought it wasn't a bad idea for the two of them to spend some discreet moments together, why shouldn't they? Hannah's excitement grew. "I have invited John to stay a few nights with us, my dear," Archie was saying, when Hannah's senses had finally relaxed enough to hear what was being said in the room. "He is quite stifled at your brother's home, and until he moves into his new townhouse, I thought here would be a good place for him to stay." Charlotte shot Hannah a worried look, and Hannah smiled back at her cousin's wife, trying to convey that this was a good thing. It was more than good. This was perfect. Hannah turned back to her brother. "Of course, dear brother."
"You know you are always welcome in our home," she said. The men bade their goodbyes as they departed to spend some time at their club, and the rest of the afternoon passed quickly. Hannah was soon being dressed for dinner, and a bold plan began to form in her mind. She would ask John to teach her the ways of the bedroom. She wanted to know more about this, she decided, before she got into a marriage with someone where she would be expected to perform a duty she did not understand. And if there was one man who could teach her such things and then happily walk away, it was Lord John Dunford. Of that she was certain. Chapter 11. John went down to dinner with a happy heart. He observed inwardly that just being around Hannah made him happier than anything else. His club had bored him, made him sullen. Even the boxing ring, that great outlet for frustration, lacked lustre. But here, in this house, surrounded by his most beloved relatives and friends, not to mention a certain red-haired American woman who tested every limitation set on her sex, he was truly at home. "Do you have any plans for tomorrow, Hannah? I thought perhaps we could go for a ride if you wish. Or perhaps I could show you some more of London's delights." Hannah smiled and opened her mouth to reply, but Charlotte cut her off before she could answer. "Hannah has a walk planned with Lord Doveton tomorrow afternoon." "Damn," Hannah muttered, and John's eyebrows rose. He had never heard a lady swear before. What would the American woman do next? Did she have any more surprises hidden up her exquisitely designed sleeve? "Hannah, you said you liked Lord Doveton, didn't you?" Charlotte sounded faintly vexed. "I did, but walking in a park cannot compare to riding Brutus, especially in the company of Lord John Dunford." John flashed his sister a smile. He knew the way to Hannah's heart. "Honour your engagements, Hannah. You are here to seek a suitable husband, and John is not a candidate for that. Are you, dear brother?" John lifted his wine-glass up and gave his sister a silent salute, not answering the question as he drank some of the peppery wine. It was too early to show his cards, and Charlotte was the last one he wanted messing in his affairs. "True," Hannah answered, sounding glum. "Thank you, Charlotte. You are correct, as usual. Can we go riding the day after, John?" "Yes, of course, Hannah. Please enjoy your walk tomorrow, and do give my regards to the lovely Dovey." He smirked as he continued to drink. Doveton was about as interesting as a glass of water, John thought, but let Hannah show the ton what a respectable lady she was. It would make an even better story when he, Lord John Dunford, married the American and stole her out from under all their noses. A plan was forming in John's mind, and he revelled in the secrecy. "Are you ready for the port and cigars, John?" Archie asked him. He nodded and stood up, walking around the table to clasp Hannah's hand. "Perhaps we will run into each other later," he murmured. Hannah smiled up at him and leaned forward to whisper in a discreet manner, "I may read a book if I am unable to sleep." So she would be in the library again. Oh, good. So his talents in the library had not been forgotten. "Good evening, Hannah." She gave him a blinding smile, and he walked away, his loins aching with thoughts of her wrapping her delicious body around his. He spent the next few hours playing cards with Archie and relaxing by the fire, seeing images of Hannah's glorious hair dancing in the fireplace to tease and taunt him. She would be red-hot in the bedroom, he was sure of that, with her need to throw herself completely into everything she did. Her body, strong from all the horse-riding, the fiery temper that he'd seen, would roll into passion between the sheets. His cock ached, and he inadvertently groaned as he pulled his gaze away from her. "John, I've been meaning to ask you something. Since when did the plan evolve for you to get an additional house in town?" Archie cocked an eyebrow, and John grinned. Not much got past his friend. Indeed, practically nothing did.
Edward has made it clear that since his wife has been unable to produce his heir apparent, and probably never shall, the responsibility to perpetuate the Dunford line and its hold on the Dukedom of Arrow is my responsibility, officially or unofficially, as the case may be. He has therefore asked me to get on with doing my duty and to marry this year." "He what?" Archie sat up straighter in his chair, still nursing the same port he'd poured hours ago. "He all but demanded that I marry as soon as possible and produce an heir, so I requested my own residence in town. In St. James's, of course." Archie's mouth dropped open, and John laughed at his friend's reaction. "Oh, come on, Archie. You're a family member, for heaven's sake. Surely you knew this day was coming." Archie nodded, his eyes still wide and staring straight ahead. "I did, of course, but only if our sister-in-law did not produce an heir for your brother. Well, she has not, and according to Edward, it doesn't look as if she ever will. So the pressure has fallen upon me to do the right thing by the family." And amazingly, the more John thought about it and said it out loud, the more comfortable he felt with this new direction his life would take. "Did you tell him you wanted more time? What about the next in line? Couldn't you just pass the dukedom on to your cousin?" John frowned at his brother-in-law. "No, I will not allow our title and estate to pass to some dim-witted cousin. What's wrong, Archie? Do you think I'll be such a terrible husband that you can't imagine my ever being married?" He continued to glare at his brother-in-law, and Archie raised his hands in a sign of surrender. "I didn't mean that, John. It's just that, as long as I can remember, you never wanted to marry. I don't want you being forced into something that you abhor." John let go of his anger as quickly as he could and blew out his breath in a long sigh. "I'm not sure what you know about my parents' marriage, but it is an ugly state of affairs." Archie inclined his head. "As is the arrangement that my own parents endure." "Yes, but your parents, unlike mine, have some dignity, some discretion. My father, on the other hand, has always openly flaunted his mistress in my mother's face, causing much misery, and I did not want that for my own family. There is a choice, John. You don't have to be like your father. I think I would take a gun to my temple if I found out I was anything like my own father." John shuddered at the idea. "Don't even joke about it, Archie. You are my sister's whole world. She would die without you." Archie lifted his port glass as though to say thank you, and John felt an unusual swell of love for his long-time friend. "You are a good husband, Archie, and a devoted father. Charlotte is very fortunate indeed to have you." Archie looked at him with searching eyes. "Thank you, brother. I am very fortunate also. She is my very life." John began to shuffle in his chair and stood up, moving to the door. This much emotion made him vastly uncomfortable, his chest becoming hot and heavy. "Good night, Archie. Thank you for your hospitality." He opened the door, and as he turned to leave, he twisted back around. "Please don't tell anyone, even Charlotte, about my intention to marry this year. I don't want my sister to try to influence my choice." Archie nodded, a quirk at the edge of his mouth indicating that he understood John's request. After all, he knew Charlotte better than anybody else did. "I will do no such thing, my friend. Be assured of it." "Thank you." John walked toward his room, passing the library on the way and finding it empty. Perhaps Hannah found that she could fall asleep and was already in bed. No, he hadn't been wrong about the invitation he'd heard in her voice earlier in the evening. He would get dressed for bed, then come back and check for her again. He went back to his room, got into his nightshirt and wrapped a dressing-gown around himself. His heart was beginning to pound in his chest, the excitement building before he'd even left his room. He marvelled at the effect Hannah had on his body. He'd never experienced anything like it. He picked up the candlestick,
which looked remarkably similar to the one she'd thrown at him in the country house, and grinned with good humour as he moved down the hallway to the library. He stepped up to the door and pushed it open, his breath catching when he saw the candelabra containing 5 glowing candles lighting up Hannah's beautiful face. "You came!" He stepped into the room and clicked the lock into place. "Of course I did." He placed his candlestick down on a side table and stepped closer. Hannah jumped to her feet and wrapped her arms around his neck, lifting her mouth for his kiss. He wasted no time in accepting her invitation and swooped down to devour her. He pulled her tightly against his hungry body as his tongue plundered her mouth. She tasted divine, like everything sweet and sensual. Wine, chocolate dessert, and brandy, all in one. Her nightgown was thin, and as his hands roamed over her lush behind, he revelled in the feeling of her firmness and strength. Ladies of the ton were soft, fragile, and somewhat like a pillow, if they weren't painfully thin. Hannah was tight and felt completely different beneath his hands. He'd never confuse her for anyone else, that was for damn sure. He pulled away, breaking the kiss so that he could stare down at her. "I want you so much, Hannah. Will you come back to my room with me?" He knew he shouldn't seduce her tonight, or indeed any night. But he wanted her more than he'd ever wanted any other woman, and if they were as wonderful together in the bedroom as he expected they would be, then he planned to get a special license and marry her as soon as he could. "Yes, I feel the same way, John. Will you show me what it feels like to be with a man?" He nodded, his chest tightening with too many emotions. He had a strong desire to be her first and only man. That was a very special bond that he'd never before thought of sharing with a woman. "Come with me." He took her hand and drew her out of the library, checking the hallways to ensure no one was watching. He stopped only to pick up the candles and moved swiftly back toward his room. His heart was pounding, his skin tingling with nervous energy. They both quickly walked into his room, and he shut the door behind them, taking a moment to turn the key. He would show Hannah how much he cared and give her many reasons to choose him. The pleasure he planned to bring her in the bedroom would be only one of those reasons. "Come here, my beautiful one." He placed the candelabra on a sideboard and pulled her into his arms, kissing her soft brow, feeling the silky skin of her arms as they wrapped around his body. "If I take you for a lover, will anyone else marry me?" Hannah whispered. John leaned back so that he could look into her beautiful eyes. "Why would you marry anyone else?" he asked, baffled by her question. What sort of virgin thought of marrying another while she was with her lover? Hannah laughed, looking at him as though he should know what she was talking about. "Well, I won't be marrying you, so I'm just asking if this will ruin me or not. I know you assumed, owing to my age, that I wasn't chaste, so perhaps others will too." John stilled. She didn't want to marry him. Was that what she had just said? Well, he would fix that. He would ruin her for any other man. He'd give her such pleasure, such passion, she'd never want another. "No, it'll be all right. I'll teach you what to do. How to enjoy pleasure," he soothed, undoing the laces at the back of her nightgown and pulling the material down. Hannah gasped, but remained still as he slowly exposed her body, like a flower opening up its petals to reveal the perfect centre. John turned her around and kissed the base of her neck, running his hands around her slim waist. "I want your hair down," he whispered, tasting the skin beneath her beautiful hair. She smelled of sunshine and rain. "I thought you didn't like my hair down," Hannah whispered, her voice strained. Damn it, she sounded hurt. Had his previous comments made her think ill of herself? He squeezed her tightly. "I love your hair when it's down. That's the problem. You looked far too beautiful that day for everyone to see you like that." "So you want to keep me all to yourself, do you?" Hannah joked, reaching up and pulling the pins that restricted her glorious, burnt sunshine-coloured hair. John turned Hannah back around, staring down into her eyes. Always, he vowed with truth, capturing her mouth with his before she could say another word. Chapter 12. Part of him felt guilty for seducing Hannah under his sister's roof. She was under his sister's protection, after all. But he couldn't seem to stay away from her. She had bewitched him, caught his attention, and not let go. And underneath all the lust, something pure drove his intentions. He had no intention of loving and leaving this woman. Not Hannah. She was unlike any other woman he had ever met, and had somehow changed his outlook on love and marriage so thoroughly that he barely recognized himself these days. John plunged his hands through the hair that he loved, and moaned loudly as the silky strands slipped between his fingers. Hannah reciprocated his passion, sparring with his tongue as it tangled with hers. Desperate to see the body that had so bewitched him, John loosened Hannah's shift and let it fall from her shoulders down toward the floor. It pooled at her feet, revealing her perfection. He stared at her. After a minute or two he pushed away, not wanting to crush her beneath his weight. But she wouldn't let him up. She grabbed him and tried to pull him back down. Then she fixed him with a gimlet stare. "Lie down. I like holding you." John immediately relaxed into her, though he rolled slightly to one side so he wouldn't squash her. He liked holding Hannah too. He moved his head so that he was resting on her breasts. Her breastbone cushioned his cheek, and her arms went about his shoulders. He breathed deeply, inhaling the scent that was uniquely Hannah. "That was amazing. Thank you." Hannah sighed, running her hands through his hair again and again. The move was comforting, as was her closeness. He'd never experienced anything like it before, and although he was the more experienced of the two of them, he was no longer feeling like it. "We can enjoy it as much as we want. Forever." He sighed, comfortable and happy, knowing they would have a good future together. He couldn't guarantee anything, of course, but she rocked his world in the bedchamber. That had to count for something toward a good future. Rupert had said it would. He nuzzled in closer and suddenly noticed a difference in Hannah. She was no longer stroking his hair. Instead, she had become unnaturally still. "What do you mean, John?" He pulled up to face Hannah. "I want to marry you as soon as possible." There, he had said it. He hadn't thought it would be so easy. But the words had tumbled out naturally. "I don't think so," Hannah murmured, sliding out of John's reach and twisting away to climb out of bed. Her beautiful body disappeared from his view beneath her nightdress and gown. What had happened? They'd just shared what he believed to be an incredible moment, and he'd done what he thought she wanted. He'd proposed marriage. A proper proposal. Wasn't that the reason she was in London? "Hannah, I don't understand. I thought that was what you wanted. You came to bed with me." She turned to face him and tied her dressing gown beneath her breasts. "I know I did, and it was wonderful. But I came to learn about lovemaking. To indulge myself with an experienced man, one with a rake's reputation. I never expected you to offer marriage." Hannah's face flushed scarlet as she spoke, and sudden anger stirred in John's belly. "So you are refusing me?" His words came out colder than he'd intended, but he was in shock. She wanted marriage, but not with him. Hannah sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him with soulful eyes. "John, you are a renowned rake. You told me yourself that love is for fools and that any woman is replaceable and interchangeable. How can I marry a man who feels that way? I'm a woman. That means you feel that way about me too." John swallowed, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. He blinked them away and turned his head so she wouldn't see them. He had said that, and he had been a fool. His pride was balking at her rejection, and his teeth set in anger. Holding on to the last of his dignity, he turned back to face her. "Thank you for a wonderful night, and for your virginity." Hannah frowned, and John bit his tongue, the devil in his mind rising up to stop him saying more. She stood and straightened her spine, flicking her long hair over her shoulders so that it flowed around her like a sunset ocean. "Thank you for your experience. I'm sure no one else could have done as good a job." Hannah spoke in clipped tones before she headed to the door, turned the key, and slipped out quietly. John sat in his empty bed looking at the door for a long time after she'd left. How had it come to this? How had he been reduced to this sad, empty shell of his former self? Where was the fire and rage that had once fueled him? He had just offered marriage when he thought that would never happen, and the woman he wanted, the woman he had come to love, had just rejected him because of his own infernal reputation. He rolled back onto the pillows and lay awake for many hours, unsure of what tomorrow would bring. Chapter 13. Hannah tugged on her lace-covered walking dress and sighed as the lady's maid applied another flower to her upswept hair. "Don't you think that's enough, Anne-Marie?" "Yes, madame, if you think so." The girl grabbed her things and hurried from the room. Hannah was struck with guilt. It wasn't Anne-Marie's fault that Hannah was in such a foul temper. She'd slept terribly, tossing and turning most of the night, her heart pounding and her mind in turmoil. John had proposed to her. Proposed marriage. Why had he done that? She had achieved her goal. She had enjoyed one night in John's bed. She now knew what to expect in her marriage, and she had appeased that terrible need that had been clawing at her since John had entered her life. But what to make of the terrible fuss after their love-making had finished? Had he proposed marriage out of guilt or a need to do the right thing? He couldn't possibly love her. He was a rake, and he thought little of women. What had been his motivation? Stop it! She pushed to her feet and glared at her reflection. She would not be brought down by a rake like John Dunford. She had a gentleman to walk with today, and more gentlemen to meet tonight. One of them would surely be respectable, and still arouse her body the way John did. Her shoulders sagged. Damn it! Even her thoughts betrayed her. But her recalcitrant mind did have a point. She did want to feel the passion and those tendrils of love for her husband that she had experienced with John. However, she needed to feel those things with a man who was right for her. She nodded her head and strode out through the door, bouncing down the stairs and into the foyer. "Miss Turner, I am to accompany you to the park today." Mrs. Mabbs, the housekeeper, stepped up to her, a parasol in her hand. "Oh, Mrs. Mabbs, what has happened? Is the Countess feeling unwell?" She'd assumed her cousin's wife would be the one to chaperone her. Charlotte seemed to have more interest in Hannah making a good match than Hannah did. "The Countess is abed. The doctor advised her to rest." That didn't sound good. "Oh, perhaps I should stay, then." "No, miss. We must go. Lady Totherham demanded it." Of course she had. Hannah released a sigh. "Thank you, Mrs. Mabbs." She moved toward the front door and heard a creak behind her. She turned, her heart leaping into her chest, as John walked slowly and deliberately down the stairs, staring at her all the while. "Enjoy your walk, Miss Turner. I'm sure Dovey will put on a good show for you." The cruel twist of his lips made her fists clench on the handle of her parasol. Just because they had been intimate did not give Lord John Dunford the excuse to be rude to her.
nor should he expect to have any control over her.
"I am sure he will, my lord."
"Good day." She turned and strode out through the front door, hurrying to the waiting carriage. Her chaperone followed her, and together they made their way to the park. Lord Doveton was there, waiting for her. As soon as the carriage stopped, Hannah climbed out and extended her hand toward him.
"Good day, sir."
"Good day, Lady Hannah."
"Miss Turner, actually. But you may call me Hannah, please."
The smile on his face dropped, and he tried to hide it by kissing her hand and then turning to walk beside her. "Shall we?" They began ambling along the narrow road that wound through a rather odd-looking park to her. So manicured, so unnatural. Nothing like the natural beauty and wildness of the open spaces near her father's tobacco plantation at home in Virginia. The housekeeper trailed a discreet distance behind them.
"Tell me more about yourself, Lord Doveton."
"Well, my father is an earl, and my mother is the daughter of a marquess. They live in Kent most of the year, and I spend as much time in London as I can." She frowned and looked up at the blue sky, trying not to judge the man beside her too harshly. What sort of person defined themselves in that way?
"Do you ride horses, my lord?"
"Oh, no, not at all. Unclean beasts." Doveton shuddered, and Hannah stifled the loud sigh she felt building up. He was making this a little too hard. Why did she automatically think of John? He would never answer in such a way. She didn't want someone fixated on social status who preferred town to the country and defined himself by his parentage. John seemed to hate his responsibilities and loved horses. She wasn't sure about his preference for town, as they'd never discussed it. She shook her head to clear her muddled thoughts. She had to stop thinking about John.
"Are you looking to marry soon, Lord Doveton?"
That question made him smile, and he indicated a park bench where they could sit and discuss this new development in the conversation. She sat down, despite the fact that it meant she had to look straight at the gentleman to whom she had been recommended as a future spouse. At close range, she could see the unhealthy pallor of his skin and the slight yellow tinge that she knew indicated excessive alcohol consumption. How John did not have that same colour, she did not know. Probably the boxing and riding that Charlotte had mentioned he did often as exercise kept him fit and healthy. Her eyes fell to Lord Doveton's waist, and a shudder shivered up her spine. What sort of soft, paunch belly would he have? How would she be able to be with a man who did not compare favourably with John? "I am very much in favour of marrying this year, Hannah." He reached over to take her hand, and there was a twist in her gut that was not at all pleasant.
"Are you financially independent, my lord?"
she asked sweetly, deciding to weed out just what sort of man he was. "I rely on an income of sorts, like most men of my rank." So, in other words, he was looking for a dowry to fund his lifestyle. She waited for his response, and finally he asked, "I believe, being American, you would have something to contribute to the marriage as well?" She did. A considerable amount, but she didn't want to buy herself a husband, and certainly not one who did not live up to her standards of what a person should be. Honest. Strong. Healthy.
"I am a hard worker and a pious, generous soul. I was told that was what gentlemen in London would value," Hannah forced out, her tongue turning to ash as she baited the man before her. She was no longer chaste, but he did not need to know that. And technically, she hadn't lied. She hadn't actually said virginal. "Oh, well, I did not expect. I mean, you being American, He stammered over his words, and now she wasn't sure what he was trying to say. Her temper began to boil as her brain drew all sorts of conclusions, one of which was that being with John for a night had been a good idea. They didn't expect her to come to them intact anyway. "What do you mean, sir?" You assumed that, being American, I would have plenty of money. Or was it that you thought I might not be virtuous? Which of those traits made you more inclined to marry me?" His eyes widened, and his mouth opened and shut like a simpleton. She glared at him and huffed. "Well?" She certainly could not marry a man who couldn't keep up with her in conversation. That was the very least of her criteria. He could be old, balding and pudgy, but at least he should be honest and have a clever and quick mind. Like John. When Doveton still did not answer, she lost her temper. "Grrr!" She stood up, turned around and marched back to the carriage, her shadow trailing behind her. The footman scampered down off the carriage, but she was too impatient to wait, throwing open the door and climbing up herself. The housekeeper wasn't far behind her. She crossed her arms over her chest and huffed the whole way home. Was that really the creme de la creme of London society? She had been sadly misled if that was the case. When she got back to the Earl of Totherham's townhouse, she jumped out of the carriage and went straight inside, heading for her cousin's study. Hopefully, John wasn't in there too. She knocked on Archie's door and pushed it open, finding him reading a document at his desk. "May I have a moment, cousin?" Archie nodded, giving her a soft smile. "Of course you may, Hannah. How may I assist you?" She marched in and sat down on the soft leather chair, feeling very much like a woman on a mission. Her life had just become a sorry state of affairs. "I would like to marry. I have reached an age where I want a family and a home of my own." She loved her parents, but it was time to move on with her own life. She had begrudged their interference initially in sending her here, but now she saw the wisdom of it. Archie blinked at her and leaned back in his chair. "Yes, I thought that was why you came to London." Archie's calmness had a settling effect on Hannah, and she relaxed into her chair, finally seeing how Charlotte and Archie's opposite personalities meshed together so well. "I did. However, I wasn't altogether on board with the idea. I believe I haven't been focusing correctly." "No, I've been too busy shopping, socializing, and falling for a handsome rake who is just not suitable. She may have had money, but certainly not enough to be able to live in London forever, living on a whim and the good grace of her cousin." "You have done everything right so far, cousin. Please don't be harsh with yourself. You settled in with us over the break, bought new clothes, socialized. That is all anyone ever does." "Well, I am not attracting the right suitors." Archie's solemn face changed to one of amusement, his lips perking up. "I take it Doveton did not suit you." She rolled her eyes and glared at her cousin. "You know he doesn't. The man can barely string a sentence together." "And he needs a fortune." She continued to glare at him. "Why did you not stop me from meeting him if you knew that?" Archie shrugged. "Fortune hunters are not all bad. Everyone needs to live. And I assumed you would work it all out on your own, Hannah. You are a clever young lady." The compliment stopped any anger that had accumulated, and she relaxed once more into her chair. "Archie, I need your help. Can you introduce me to any gentleman that you think may be suitable?" Archie sat forward in his chair. "I could, if you gave me some idea of the qualities you would like in a gentleman." She had just opened her mouth to answer when the door swung open and John stepped in. "Oh, Hannah, I didn't know you were in here." To avoid looking at him, she turned back to her cousin. "We were having a private conversation." "No, wait. I think John could be helpful here, Hannah. Include him, if you will." Archie turned to John, who was now leaning against a bookcase like the handsome devil he was. "John, Hannah was just about to give me a list of the attributes she needs in a husband. You know the ton better than I do nowadays. Perhaps you can suggest someone for my fair cousin."
John immediately wanted to scream at both of them. Me! I'm the best choice for her! But instead, he continued to play his expected nonchalant role. Of course, Archie. However, I do remember a conversation very similar to this one that was the start of your undoing. He pointedly looked at his friend, and Archie smiled back, his memory as perfect as John's. Charlotte had acquired Archie's interest not long after declaring she would only marry a virgin. It had shocked everyone when she actually got what she wanted. He turned his attention back to the woman who'd refused his proposal only the previous night. Tell me, Hannah, what do you desire in a husband? It was a struggle to look at her and ask such a question, and when she finally turned to him, anger clear in her gaze, he smiled brightly. He loved that he affected her so much. Perhaps the battle was not yet completely lost. I need a gentleman who wants to be married. Of course. No man will marry, or even offer for it, unless he wishes to do so. She glared at him and twisted in her seat to face Archie, who threw them both a strange look. John didn't respond. He was quite enjoying the fact that she could not hide her strong reaction to him. I want someone who doesn't need my money, but of course I'm not afraid of hard work, so if he owns a property that needs me, I'm ready to work. Anyone who is decent, honest and kind will be perfect for me. John went to ask a question, and she jumped in again. Oh, and he has to like horses, and he must not be too old nor overly rotund if possible. Her gaze slid unerringly to his flat stomach, and he puffed out his chest at her obvious need to find someone fit and healthy. If he'd set the bar last night, she was going to have trouble finding another gentleman who competed with his physique. Well, Archie began, I will have to think about it. If you are happy to marry a man well beneath you in rank, it will open up the pool considerably. Don't you think so, John? He nodded, wondering how Hannah would manage being married to a farmer. He thought back to the first day he'd met her, and, unfortunately, he could see her doing very well as a farmer's wife. She was so genuine. He could see her doing well married to anyone. Except him, apparently. I'm sure her family didn't send her all this way to marry a nobody, Archie. True. We will find someone suitable for you, Hannah. She stood up. Thank you, cousin, but please know that the most important attribute to me is a good heart. Everything else I can compromise on. She turned and left the room in a cloud of skirts, and John fell into the chair she had just vacated, her final arrow slung right between his ribs, hitting its target. Archie stared at him, his narrowed gaze one of knowing accusation. John. Yes, Archie, came the reply. What have you done? John lifted his nose and called on his best polite face. Archie was the king of polite regard, but John had also been tutored from the cradle to mask his emotions. I don't know what you mean, Archie. His friend stood up and walked over to his bookshelf, pushing aside a book or two and coming back with a decanter and some glasses. He poured the drinks in silence and handed one to John. He chose to alter the subject, the memory of some news from his valet floating into his mind. Is my sister well? I heard she was abed today. Which John thought was very unusual for his outgoing sister. Nothing usually kept Lady Totherham down. She is. The doctor suggested bed rest when she had some abdominal pains, and because of the baby, she obeyed. But she'll be up again tomorrow, I'm sure of it. Baby? Pregnant again? Damn it, Archie. You don't waste time, do you? He lifted his full glass of port and toasted his brother-in-law. I squandered my life for far too long, John. Never again. Archie sat down into his chair, a satisfied smile on his face. That was far too heavy a statement for this time of the day. John swallowed some of his port and nursed the glass in his hand. I want to learn more about my current investments, Archie. Will you help? Of course, John. His brother-in-law and oldest friend nodded. "It's about time I learned where my money is and what it is doing." Archie had always been a dab hand at the exchange, and John had followed all his advice to the letter. Thanks to Archie, he had a very healthy sum of money on which to live comfortably, but until today he hadn't understood where any of it came from. The time had come to change that. Or had it? Did he really want all these new changes in his life? Or was he just fooling himself? He drank a little more, then gestured to Archie, who refilled both of their glasses. "Shall we go out tonight, Archie? We could go to the club, or somewhere more colourful, perhaps." Archie levelled him with an intense gaze. "Like a brothel, John? Certainly I'll come with you. I'll just leave my pregnant wife at home to go have sex with some random woman half the ton has been inside. What a great evening that will be." Archie's characteristically dry tone made the horrible suggestion even worse. John leaned back in his chair and crossed his ankle over his knee, a strange, uncomfortable sensation pushing him further than he'd ever gone with Archie. Was he really ready for a life of respectability? "Why not, Archie? You must be sick of your wife." He didn't mean the stupid words spewing out of his mouth, but there was a part of him that was spoiling for a fight. "Oh, I am. Shall we go, then?" Archie's tone was sarcastic as he stood up and walked to the door, and the moment gave John time to think. Acid hit his gut like a bucket of hot water. What was he doing? Or saying? He didn't want to go and find another woman. He wanted Hannah. And he certainly didn't want to see his sister's marriage go the same way as his brother's had. A dutiful union of cold indifference if one was lucky, or a dutiful union of hostility if one wasn't. He didn't move, and Archie opened the door for them both. "Come on then, John. Get up. Show me how wonderful your world is. You want to be like your father now, I assume. And shall I aim for the same end as my brother?" If there was any chance of him standing up to see how far Archie would take this bluff, those words silenced that devil. Archie's brother had died of syphilis, and it had almost ruined the lives of Archie and other family members too. He sighed loudly. "Sit down, Archie." Archie glowered at him, then finally shut the door and sat down in his chair, downing his drink until the port was all gone. Then he poured himself another one. "What are you doing, Archie?" "I don't know, John. Perhaps I'm trying to shock you into considering where your life is going. What are you doing with yourself? We both know how you feel about Hannah." "I beg your pardon." "Oh, come on, man. Do I really need to go out and find my cousin a decent husband when you're obviously in love with her? Should I parade in front of you all of her potential suitors and hope you come to your senses before she marries another?" What could he say to that? How did his friend read him so well? "You heard me, John," Archie said when he didn't respond. "My cousin is a good woman, and I'm guessing you've seduced her." He couldn't lie quickly enough, and Archie obviously saw through him. "I knew it." Archie slammed down his glass, sloshing port all over his desk. "How could you? I never thought you would take a virgin. I thought she'd be safe from you. Have you really changed that much?" Safe from him? Is that how his friend really saw him? Archie's fury was painful and hurt the edges of John's already frayed soul. "I asked her to marry me, Archie." He lifted his gaze to his friend, so he didn't miss the shock that passed over Archie's usually impassive face. The redness in his friend's cheeks drained away, and Archie's mouth thinned. "Well, that's unexpected. And what did she say?" John didn't answer, just dropped his gaze and took another gulp of his port. "She said no. She did." And he still wasn't over the shock of that rejection. Good God. "That's about right. Well, what are you going to do about it? Archie asked.
John shrugged, not looking up. What could he do?
John, you can't give up.
He lifted his gaze once again to his friend, frowning at the man he trusted and loved.
What can I do, Archie? She said no after we'd shared a bed. She thinks I'm an unconscionable rake. And Charlotte thought I was a pious saint who didn't even like her, and look where we are today. You cannot give up if you finally found the one woman who made you think that marriage is possible. Or is this all just because of your brother's proposal? Because if I was wrong about you being in love with her—
John held up a hand to stop his friend's impending rant.
No, you're not wrong.
Was it true love that he felt for Hannah? The feelings of care that he felt for her, and the changes he was willing to make to his life for her sake, made him think it could well be.
Then you need to make her see you in the right light. What right light, Archie? I am a known rake. I have a mistress, or at least I did up until I met Hannah. I've slept with half of the ton. She isn't wrong about what sort of person I am.
Archie huffed and tapped his fingers against the desk.
John, you are my best friend and my brother-in-law, but that does not make me blind to your faults. You are a drinker, a reprobate, and a scoundrel. Thanks very much.
Talk about kicking a man when he's down.
But you are fiercely protective of those you love. Your sister, us, the Spares. You are a good man, honest and true. Yes, you are, and I believe you will be an excellent husband to the woman who captures your heart. And I believe that Hannah could be the only woman strong enough and unique enough to do that.
John stared at Archie, unable to believe what he'd just heard.
I want to be all that, but how do you know I can be?
He didn't even believe it of himself. How could Archie?
You already are that man, John. And honestly, look at Rupert. If a good woman can change him, you'll be an easy conversion.
That comment made John grin. None of them had ever thought Rupert would be happy with one woman, but today he was the very picture of domestic happiness.
That was a bit of a shock, he agreed, remembering Rupert's wedding day.
That big oaf was twice the size of his lovely wife, and had cried double the amount of tears she had, which had been very surprising indeed.
And you are more loving than Rupert to begin with. Look at how protective you were of Charlotte when we married. Your father and brother didn't care one whit about her. But you did.
A flash of heat flowed up John's neck and into his face. He narrowed his eyes at Archie.
I'm nothing like either my brother or my father.
A long moment ticked by as the fire crackled in the grate. Archie stared at him and said a word that would change John's life forever.
Exactly.
Chapter 14. Stop fidgeting, Hannah. Hannah pulled her gaze back to Charlotte, who was glowering at her for the second time that evening. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Are you looking for someone in particular? Has someone caught your eye? Hannah sighed. They were at yet another ball, and the same group of men were circling as they did every other night. No one has caught my eye. Not yet. Archie said he'd introduce you to a few appropriate gentlemen tonight, so we must sit back and relax. We will find you a good husband, Hannah. I am sure of it. Hannah took her cousin's hand and squeezed it, hoping the affectionate gesture would relay to Charlotte how grateful she was for all the care and trouble she and Archie had taken. Thank you, Charlotte. I really appreciate everything you've done to help me. Archie stepped up at that point, greeting his wife with his customary kiss to her gloved hand and a soft look that only they shared. Next to him was a passably handsome man, and Hannah smiled politely at him.
Hannah, may I introduce Lord William Hanley? We were at Eton together. It's very nice to meet you, my lord. The man's eyebrows shot up in a way to which she was becoming accustomed. Her accent definitely raised eyebrows, but it was yet to be seen whether the gentleman's curiosity was piqued or whether he was put off. American? He turned to Archie. I'm sorry, my good man. And he turned and walked away. Well, that settled the curiosity debate, she thought, twisting her fingers together until they hurt, hoping to distract herself from the ridiculous tears that threatened to fall. This was hopeless. "What was that, Archie?" Charlotte hissed at her husband. "I am so sorry, Hannah. I did not realize that William was averse to marrying an American. Such an odd response, indeed. I simply told him that you were my cousin, who had arrived in London for the season." Hannah's shoulders sagged as she fought off an intense feeling of defeat. Perhaps it was time to go home. Maybe England was not for her. If she went back to America, she could perhaps find and marry a plantation owner. Then at least she could look after horses every day. Charlotte grabbed her hands and squeezed them tightly. "Do not give up, my friend. Everything will be fine." "I am fine, but I need a little air. I'll be back soon." She broke away from her cousin's wife. Charlotte's breasts were spilling over the top of her dress, and the waist was becoming tight. Soon the Countess would be unable to accompany her husband or his cousin to social events. Her pregnancy was becoming more obvious by the day. It was bound to draw comment if she didn't start to hide from public view soon. Hannah wandered around the ballroom, wondering if there was access onto the patio outside, watching the dancing and feeling so very alone. "Good evening, Hannah." She jumped as John stepped in front of her, bowing politely. "May I have this dance?" Her tummy clenched at the sight of his handsome face and suit, cut to the shape of his lithe physique. Memories from their night together surfaced, filling her body with heated wantonness. "Yes, I'd like that." He took her hand, and together they moved onto the dance floor. He guided her around the dance floor, and when she stumbled on one of the steps, his arms tightened, correcting her without anyone else noticing. "Thank you for guiding me once again, John." She flushed with heat as she realized too late she'd just inferred that their love-making was something else with which he'd guided her. "My pleasure, as always, Hannah." He gave her another one of those smiles that made her belly jump, and she couldn't help but chuckle. She'd missed him. She missed their banter, his touch. Everything, in fact. Such a shame that he was a rake and so unsuitable for marriage. A thought occurred to her, and she decided to test a theory. She'd never really looked at any part of him other than his rakish ways. "Tell me more about yourself, John." He grinned, albeit looking slightly startled. "I am me. What would you like to know?" "Do you really love horses as much as you purport to do?" He laughed. "Yes. If I could ride my horse every day, I would. These ton events bore me senseless, but since all my best friends are happily married, I seem to spend more and more time here at these events." "Why don't you spend more time in the country, then? I mean, don't most ducal households have country estates?" He swallowed in an obvious manner, his throat working overtime as he seemed to think carefully before he spoke. "Because—" He paused before continuing. "I don't talk about this. No one knows except our family." The music stopped then, and Hannah allowed him to escort her off the dance floor and out onto the patio, where a few other couples stood, enjoying the fresh air. "Thank you," she said. "I was feeling rather stifled in there. Please do go on, if you feel comfortable enough to do so." "With you, yes. I think I do feel comfortable enough to share." John took a deep breath and exhaled loudly. "My father has a mistress who lives permanently in our main country estate. In the dower house, actually, masquerading as a widowed relative of the family, I believe she has children who live with her too, half-siblings of mine. Her presence there creates tension in our family, and my mother has become quite bitter over the situation."
"Oh, goodness! How difficult for you all. That's unusual, isn't it, to keep a mistress at the actual family home?" She knew that many men of rank, even those who didn't have the money to do so, kept a mistress. But the idea was for the whole thing to remain discreet. Why would a duke disrespect his wife, his family, in such a manner?
"Yes, it is unusual, and a source of embarrassment for us all. We stopped going there long ago. My mother could not cope with the situation, and even now we find it difficult to tolerate her dreadful anguish and depression which has resulted from this situation."
The pain in his voice was obvious, and Hannah reached across and laid her hand on John's jacket, squeezing his arm through the thick fabric. "I'm so sorry. It must have been hard growing up around a situation like that, seeing the way it affected your mother and your whole family. Her own parents had a good marriage. Her father may have had his dalliances, she wouldn't have known if he had, but he was always at home with her mother when she needed him. Every day, in fact. Always. And they showed affection to one another, too, which had impacted positively on Hannah herself.
My father's behaviour is the main reason I have kept my own affairs unemotional, casual. I didn't want to end up like him. Or my brother, for that matter, who has followed closely in my father's footsteps. His wife, their marriage. He shuddered. The coldness is hard to tolerate."
"Oh, I'm so sorry." John's rakish behaviour suddenly made more sense to Hannah. In a way, she respected him for not wanting to marry, out of fear he would hurt his wife as his mother had been hurt. There must be some good in this man. "Thank you for sharing that with me, John."
"So, I suppose that's who I am, Hannah. A man who has tried hard not to become what his father was. I don't want to hurt my future wife with my affairs. I want to be honourable. A good man."
"I believe you can be, John." At that moment, she truly did believe it. She could check with Charlotte as to the integrity of the story he told her, but she already knew she didn't need to do that. Despite all of John's faults, he was honest to a fault. "Are you financially independent, John?" A question she'd asked Doveton, and one she knew John would answer quite differently than Doveton had. His eyebrows rose high on his forehead.
"I am, mostly thanks to good investment advice from Archie and his almost encyclopedic knowledge of commerce. Are you also independent, Hannah?"
The return question surprised her, and she smiled back. "As my parents' only child, yes, I am the sole heir of the family's tobacco plantation. My parents have already invested a sizable amount of money into a trust for me, so I have personal income and am quite independent already. Thank you for asking."
"So, Miss Hannah Turner, you're a tobacco heiress," he said, smiling.
"I am indeed." They both turned toward the gardens, and Hannah looked up at the starlit sky, considering what John had told her. Perhaps she had been too hasty in her decision regarding him. "John," she began. "John Dunford, I was wondering if you would be here tonight." A woman in a red dress and with beautiful raven-black hair sashayed up to them. Hannah recognized her from several of the balls she'd already attended, but she didn't know the woman's name. Her full breasts were pushed up and together to make a huge indent that Hannah could have fallen into and probably gotten lost in. She was certain many men's gazes would land there and be stuck.
"Lady Grisham, may I introduce Miss Hannah Turner, the Earl of Totherham's cousin from America?"
The woman's gaze flicked up and down as she noted Hannah's dress, grimacing when she moved back up to Hannah's red hair. One delicate eyebrow rose, as if she were disgusted by what she was looking at. Despite the coldness Hannah was clearly receiving from this woman, she was determined to be civil. "Lovely to meet you, my lady. Are you enjoying the ball?"
The woman sneered. "I wasn't. My tiresome husband is already rolling drunk and had to be taken home. But I am now. Will you accompany me home tonight, John?" She slid her hand along John's arm in a seductive move. Hannah snorted as if she had been the one who had been propositioned. "Perhaps he would, if he wasn't already coming home with me. Sorry, dear lady, but you're a touch late." The woman in red shot her a murderous look. "I'm sure I can persuade him otherwise. John and I have a long-standing history which you, a stupid American, cannot possibly understand." John was standing in the middle of them and hadn't said anything yet, but as he gently removed the other lady's hand from his arm, Hannah was filled with an angry confidence. "Perhaps John is tired of your used wares. I suggest you go find someone else to attend to you, my lady. This man is no longer available to service you." She huffed at the woman and tugged John closer to her. She didn't dare drop eye contact from her nemesis and watched as the woman tossed her head in the air like a filly in heat. She didn't let go of John's arm until the woman stomped off. Hannah growled in her throat, the adrenaline coursing through her veins making her heart pound. "What a horrible person!" she hissed, finally turning around to see John staring at her, his eyes wide, a bemused smile on his face. "I can't believe you said that, Hannah. I thought we weren't spending time together anymore." "Well, I didn't really mean it. I just wanted her to go away. The air around her was poison. Why would you be with a woman like that?" He shrugged, his face rippling with what looked like disappointment. "Honestly, because she was available and willing," he said. "I would never force anyone to be with me, and she was always enthusiastic. Her being married meant there was no way of being trapped into a union I did not want." A question jumped off her tongue. "So being with me was different? Goodness, why couldn't she leave the other night where it was meant to stay? In the past?" "In more ways than one, Hannah. Being with you has changed the way I see women, and I thank you for coming to my aid there, even if you were indeed fibbing when you said I was coming home with you." She grinned at him. "You are coming home with me. Are we not staying under the same roof?" He bowed so that she couldn't see his face. "Yes, indeed." There was a touch of regret in his tone now, and she felt herself wanting to reach out to him, kiss him and reassure him that she did not want to hurt him. "I would like to spend another night with you, John. Would you consider teaching me more?" Chapter 15. "You see me as a teacher of sorts, Hannah." She nodded, meeting his gaze. "Yes, I do." A man who knew more about love-making than she ever would. When he hesitated, she realized how disappointed she'd be if he said no. "I trust you, John. Please come home with me." There was a fire in his eyes now that she had missed. She wanted him to desire her. "Of course. Shall we leave now?" She nodded. "Yes. Let's tell Charlotte we are leaving." "Very well." They went inside and found that Charlotte and Archie too wanted to leave. They all travelled home together in the carriage in happy silence, the occasional word being spoken about the evening they'd just enjoyed. When they arrived back at Archie's townhouse, her cousin and his wife excused themselves to go to bed, and Hannah rushed to her room to change out of her ball gown and put on her night attire. Her lady's maid took too long, and Hannah rushed her, pulling at the material in her haste to get naked quickly. "But, my lady, you will spoil the dress." "I'm fine. Please go. I will see you in the morning." Anne-Marie's face dropped and she slouched away. Hannah felt a moment's regret at being a little short with her maid, but she was impatient to feel the pleasure that John had shown her the other night. She waited impatiently until finally there was a light knock on the door.
She hurried to open it, grabbing John and pulling him inside the moment she saw him standing there. His deep chuckle rolled around the room as he put down his candlestick and pulled her into his arms.
"Excited tonight, are we?"
"Yes." She began pulling at his clothes, desperate to see the body of which she'd been almost afraid the other night. Why she thought she'd be content with just one night, she didn't know. Because now that she had the chance to experience more, she was burning with need once again. John stepped back, and, with a few knowing tugs, his clothing dropped to the floor. Soon he stood before her, naked and glorious. She stared her fill, sighing at the knowledge she may not see this sight again. She still wasn't sure if this was the man meant for her, or if she could handle his rakish ways. But for tonight, she decided to ignore any thoughts of permanence that rose to tease her mind. Tonight, she wanted to experience pleasure and learn more about the ways of physical enjoyment between a man and a woman. It was nothing more than that. At least, that's what she told herself, though deep down she knew she was lying. Being with John was far more than that. It was everything.
"Now it's your turn, Hannah."
John nodded at her, and she began to loosen her nightgown and allow it to fall down. A tremor of nervous tension passed through her belly, but she supposed it was only fair that if she wanted to see him, then he would want to see her as well. She opened her nightdress, untied her chemise, and let the material whisper to the floor. He stared at her openly, and she tried not to cover herself, instead taking the time to look back at him. His muscles were so large, so smooth and shapely. She loved the breadth of his shoulders. They reminded her of the hard-working plantation workers back home in Virginia. Such masculinity, all wrapped up in an educated gentleman with a cheeky devil inside him. A heady combination. "You are so beautiful, John." He made a strangled noise as he charged forward and wrapped his arms around her, kissing her hard on the lips before picking her up and carrying her to the bed. He lay her down and she reached for him, running her hands over his smooth skin, loving the tougher hair, the hardness of his body, so very different from hers. He set his lips to one of her nipples, and she arched her back, desperate for the deeper contact. He suckled her, causing a tug and a pull between her legs that was simply divine. This time there was no fear. She was certain there would be no pain and no blood if her mother's advice in Virginia, before her departure for London, could be believed. She reached for his hair, threading her fingers through the luxurious strands as he made his way down her body, kissing her belly and thighs and settling between her legs. She opened for him, knowing the pleasure that was waiting for her. He licked at her female parts and she closed her eyes, allowing the hot waterfall of sensation to cascade over her. Every flick of his tongue, every moan of his that vibrated against her, had her groaning and writhing on the bed. The tension in her lower tummy was tightening, hot sparks of sensation tingling down her legs. John slid up her body and took her mouth, kissing her deeply and sharing her taste with her. He lined up his body with hers, but she wanted to try something first. She pushed him back, and he quickly rolled away, the fear on his face a palpable thing. Goodness, he wasn't kidding when he said he'd only take a willing woman. She glanced down at his staff, now thick and red and pressing into her thigh. She so wanted to explore his body as he had hers. "Can I kiss your body too, before we finish?" He nodded. "Of course, but I'm not sure what you mean." "Lay back." He moved up and lay back onto the pillows, his eyes wide and his expression unsure. She moved to kneel between his spread legs, staring down at his incredibly strong body. His manhood was long and erect, in this position now laying almost flat up his belly. "I want to touch you." She moved forward and kissed his chest, flicking out her tongue to taste his skin before moving over to his nipple and giving it a little suck as he had done to hers. He smelt faintly of cigars and a sweet alcohol that she wished she could also taste. A moan rolled through his chest, and she smiled against his skin, loving that she could elicit that response from him. She tasted the other nipple and then shuffled down. His skin tasted slightly salty, the grooves of his muscles amazingly sexy against her lips. She moved further down and stayed on her knees, pushing her hair back and out of the way so that she could bob her head and take the head of his manhood into her mouth.
"What are you? No, Hannah."
She looked up at him, and John's mouth was wide open, his arm muscles tightly clenched and bulging. Oh, that's right. He said ladies didn't do this. She grinned as she bobbed her head once again, sliding her lips over and down to taste him as he had done to her. She licked and tickled his flesh, listening for his groans so she could work out what he wanted the most. She took as much of him into her mouth as she could, tasting a saltiness that made her swallow. That was different. As was all of this. His flesh was so different to what she'd expected. Silky smooth, so soft, and yet it was thick and hard, red, the veins bulging. Suddenly, John grabbed her under the arms and pulled her up so she was straddling him, his rod stiff and hard beneath her bottom.
"If you want to be in control, Hannah, jump on and ride me."
His tone was hoarse, and his eyes were dark with passion. She didn't want to seem naive, but she had no idea what he meant.
"Like this. Come up a bit."
He lifted her up, and she shuffled her legs to where he indicated. He grabbed his shaft and positioned it beneath her wet and aching cleft.
"Now slide down and ride me, as you would your horse."
That sounded ridiculous, but who was she to disagree with him? "All right." She rocked her hips and slid down, gasping as his flesh forged a path inside her, filling her right up. "Oh, my!" She gasped as she moved down until she sat on his belly, his long shaft fully seated within her. He grabbed her hips and lifted her, pulling her back down again quickly, showing her what to do. Tingles of pleasure ricocheted through her belly. "Oh, I understand now." She put her hands down to rest on his shoulders and began to imitate his motions, lifting up and then sliding down, using her strong thighs to keep up the rhythm. He stared up at her. Fire blazed in the warm brown depths of his eyes.
"Oh, damn! Oh, God!"
"What's wrong?" She stopped and he groaned, squeezing the flesh of her hips tight.
"Nothing's wrong," he panted. "You are so amazing. I can barely control myself."
She liked the sound of that. She kept moving, along his length and down, loving the tight feeling of his body connected to hers, filling her, as if he was truly a part of her. He was heaving beneath her, his face red, his eyes squeezed shut, but she was not quite feeling the same things she had that previous time. As if he was aware of her need, his eyes popped open and he grabbed her, flipping them both over so she was flat on her back and he was on top of her. He thrust hard, right up to the hilt inside her. She screamed out and wrapped her legs around his waist, fire exploding in her belly as exquisite sensation burned. He bent his head to whisper into her ear.
"I'm going to go fast. Tell me if it's too much. Is that all right?"
She nodded and grabbed onto his upper arms. He pulled almost out and thrust back again, hard, tendrils of pleasure weaving through her belly and down her legs as he did so. He did it again, moving harder and faster. She couldn't keep her eyes open, her throat burning with her cries. She could feel nothing but where they joined, an all-consuming blast of passion. The bed was shuddering, and John's back was covered in sweat. This was what she had always wondered about. What inspired a man to act like a wild animal? It was this, and it called to that wild side of her just as hard and deep. She matched his thrusts with her own and screamed for more. The coiled spring inside her tightened to breaking point, and she began to mule, thrusting her hips to meet him, chasing those feelings he'd already shown her so many times. John cried out, slamming into her hard and fast, until she exploded. A kaleidoscope of light flashed inside her head, and John released his heat inside her, pulses of her own release doubling in intensity. She bit down on his shoulder, her body squeezing and milking John's organ, which was still jerking inside her. He collapsed onto her, panting and groaning, pulling her with him as he rolled to the side. His heart was thundering against her ear, and she sighed as she squeezed him tighter. This was the part she loved so much. After their pleasure had exploded, when there were a few minutes of peace, where everything else in the world seemed to go away, and she could believe that there were only the two of them, and everything would be okay.
I didn't pull out, Hannah. Oh, God. I'm so sorry.
She lifted her head, still feeling the blissful effects of their lovemaking like a cloud wrapped around her head. Her vision was blurred, and it felt like all the strength in her muscles had been stripped away. John, however, looked shocked. The determined set of his jaw worried her. "It's all right, John."
"No, you don't understand. You could get pregnant. We'll have to marry now."
She jerked back and sat up, pulling the blankets with her. "Pardon me?" She knew that children were conceived in the marriage bed, but she'd never known the biological mechanics.
"I left my seed inside you. We must marry."
"Are you saying you did this on purpose? Were you trying to make me marry you?" Why would John do that? Despite the fact that she was beginning to think John might be the only man in London able to handle her, she couldn't stand the thought of choice being taken away from her. Yes, she was beginning to think of John differently, and perhaps she would reconsider his offer. But in this moment, he wasn't asking her. He was telling.
"Hannah, do not be stupid. Of course I didn't do that on purpose. I was carried away in the moment, in the glorious—" He shook his head. "You will have no chance of marrying anyone else now."
She slid from the bed, picked up her dressing gown, and wrapped it around her. She would not let him do this to her. What sort of marriage would they have if it started this way? When she spun back around, her breathing was ragged as she struggled to stay calm. "I will wait until my next monthly cycle, and if it comes, we do not need to worry about this." She knew that was what indicated a pregnancy, and hers was only a few days away. "My bleeding should begin in a few days, so I don't believe it will be a problem." John scowled at her, getting out of bed himself and pulling his own clothes back on in a haphazard manner. When he was dressed, he stared at her.
"Why are you being so stubborn, Hannah?"
"I'm not. I simply want to make a choice about whom I marry, John, just like you do. I have no wish to be forced into anything."
"You? Forced? I'm not forcing anything. You are the one who will be left destitute and alone if I do not marry you. Come on, Hannah. I am a duke's son. I will inherit a lot of money and comfort. We are a good match."
Anger drilled into her, going right for her core. She glared at him and crossed her arms over her chest. He thought that was what would get her to marry him. Obviously, he knew nothing about her at all. How ridiculously disappointing. "I will never be destitute. I have means of my own."
"But, Hannah, I will have a home in town to offer you. My brother is arranging a house for me, as I am an heir to the ducal estate. My brother has no son, nor any chance of having one, as his wife is barren. When I marry and produce an heir, which I have agreed to do this year, we will inherit more than you can imagine."
He may as well have thrown a bucket of icy water at her head. "You've promised to do what?" He went to say more, and then stopped. She could see him trying to consider his options, so she asked again. "Did you just say that you, a man who swore he'd never marry, promised his family that he would marry this year?"
"Yes," he muttered, as if suddenly realizing her reaction was not one of joy. "I told you," he added. "My brother has no heir. I need to marry and produce offspring for the sake of our ducal family's prestige."
His calm facade was back, and Hannah could no longer see the man she loved. Hot tears sprang to her eyes. She was in love with John. Could he not see that? Damn it all to hell. "Well, please give my felicitations to the dutiful bride, whenever you find her." She marched to her bedroom door and opened it. "Get out."
"But if there's a babe?"
"There won't be." She pointed to the hallway. John looked at her with big, soulful eyes, then finally grabbed his candlestick and walked out the door. She slammed it behind him and threw the lock into place. Who did he think he was? Had he intended to trap her with the same situation that women had used on men for years? Her cousin's wife included, if Charlotte's tale was to be believed. Well, that was not Hannah. She would not be forced into marriage for anything other than love, nor would she trap another into a commitment that would bind them for the rest of their lives, unless the man loved her in return. She stomped over to her bed and pulled the sheets off the mattress. She started tearing off anything that smelled of the passion they'd just shared. Then she wrapped herself in a blanket and lay down on the bare mattress, hot tears now streaming unchecked down her cheeks. "Damned man!" Chapter 16. Lord John Dunford woke early after a fitful night's sleep and called for his valet. The sun was barely poking its head above the horizon, and his poor valet looked bleary-eyed and not ready to work. "I must see my banker, first thing this morning." He changed into his best day suit and had finished breakfast before most of the household was awake. He had changes to make in his life, big changes. Hannah's continued rejection made it very obvious that, to win the hand of the woman he loved, he had to become a new man, a better person. Perhaps the man he was always meant to be. He had floated through his life for far too long, with no direction and with no real goals. Now he had one. He wanted a good marriage, a beautiful home in the country, and a wife he loved. He had found the woman, but he had yet to convince her to become his wife. John walked up the steps of his bank, knowing he was finally on the right path for his future. "My lord," said the manager, greeting him with obvious surprise at seeing John this early in the morning. He was ushered to the manager's office, where he sat down and got straight to business. "I want to buy a house." "Of course, sir. You may have to sell some shares and move some money around, but you should be able to buy almost any townhouse in London." John was glad to hear that. Archie's tips were obviously paying off, but a London townhouse was not the reason he was here. "I don't want a house in town." The manager looked shocked. "Where else would you want to live, my lord?" "I want a house outside of London, close to my sister's house in Kent, and one that has plenty of land for horses and riding." Hannah would enjoy being out in the country, and having his sister and her cousin close by would be a blessing for all of them. "An estate? But, sir, those properties are expensive. You may need a loan, a large one." John doubted that, with his brother willing to buy him off to ensure he produced an heir. Either way, he would make this happen. "I don't care. Just find me a suitable property. Please get in touch with my brother. I'm sure he will be willing to offer some security if that is needed." The banker reddened and began to shuffle papers. John did not care what it took, but he would buy a house for Hannah, no matter what. "I am sure it will not be necessary to consult with your brother, my lord. You have a property in Covent Garden. We could use that as collateral." The banker was avoiding his gaze, aware of why John would own a townhouse in that part of London. Of course. That would be key to convincing Hannah that he was a changed man.
I wish to sell that house immediately. Will that make a difference?
You don't need to sell, my lord. We can simply use it as collateral. John held up his hand to stop the man. There was no one living in that house anyway now, and he had no intention of ever straying from Hannah.
I want it sold. It's empty, and has been for some time, John lied smoothly.
A week was some time, technically.
I have my own townhouse in which I will continue to live for now. I intend to marry, and my wife-to-be needs open spaces and clean air. Find me a property that suits my purpose, and sell the other house as soon as possible.
You will need to contact your solicitor for some of those things to be put into play, my lord.
Thank you. I will.
They talked some more, nutting out some of the finer details, and then John walked out of his bank with a clear head and an obvious path laid out in front of him. Hannah missed John. He'd moved out of Archie's home without so much as a farewell, and a week later she ached for him. At night she dreamed of the passion they'd shared, and during the day she missed his playful banter. She had been angry the night he'd proposed marriage again, but now it all seemed so silly, the way she'd misunderstood him. He had been trying to be honourable. And what had she done in return? She'd thrown his attempt at honour right back in his face. Archie was making it all worse. He had been presenting her with appropriate suitors again and again each night. She wanted to cringe every time a new man appeared. Tonight they were at yet another ton event, and everyone who was anyone was there. Rupert and Lizzie, Charlotte and Archie. She'd even seen Sarah and Oliver dancing earlier in the night. It seemed there was a spares reunion this evening, which made John's absence even more accentuated.
Hannah, I need to introduce you to someone.
She heard Archie's voice and turned to face him, a sigh sitting heavily on her chest. Archie, please. I'm really not capable of any more tonight. Her cousin simply smiled, ignoring her. He stepped to the side, exposing the person behind him. Hannah's heart leapt in her chest.
Miss Hannah Turner, may I have the pleasure of officially introducing you to Lord John Dunford, my brother-in-law, and one of my oldest and dearest friends. John is looking to marry this year, and I think you two would make a great match.
Hannah heard Charlotte's gasp from beside her, but she only had eyes for John.
Would you like to dance, American tobacco heiress?
Pleasure flooded her belly, and a smile lifted her lips.
I would, English rake.
Thank you kindly, sir. She curtsied and took his proffered hand. They began to circle the dance floor, and Hannah stared up at him, unable to drag her eyes away from the man who'd brought her body to life, and was perhaps the only man in London who could handle her loose tongue. You left without saying goodbye. She was unable to stop herself uttering the accusation.
Yes, I needed to put some things into place before I could come back to see you.
She stumbled, and John's hands gripped her strongly, saving her from embarrassment in front of the many eyes that were watching them. Oh, what do you mean?
I can't bear another rejection from you, Hannah, and I wanted to make sure I had all of my affairs in order.
Hot tears stung her eyes, and an overwhelming need to cry rushed through her. She stalled their dancing and tried to pull away. Please let me go, John. I know I hurt you, and I'm so sorry for that, but you don't need to do this. She was going to cry, right there in the middle of the dance floor. She was ashamed of her behaviour and wished she could run and hide before she lost control in front of everyone in the room. Which was, she realised with horror as she glanced around, practically every member of the ton. Her bottom lip trembled, and again she began to pull to get out of his grip. Horror slammed into John as Hannah began to crumple before him. She had it all wrong. There was no more time for teasing games.
He knew what he had to do. "Hannah, look at me, please." She blinked her big blue eyes rapidly and looked up at him, unshed tears shimmering in the dark depths as her bottom lip continued to tremble. "I am not teasing. I want you to marry me." Hannah blushed, her whole face turning pink as she averted her eyes. "John, if this is about that night, you don't need to worry. Nothing eventuated from that night after all. You do not need to feel obligated in any way." It wasn't about that night. He needed her to know that. He dropped to one knee in the middle of the ballroom. To hell with his pride, to hell with everyone. He would show Hannah and all of them that she meant the world to him, or ruin himself forever in the attempt. The band stopped playing, and all eyes turned toward them. The room became eerily silent. He tried not to think about anyone else, and instead focused on the woman standing before him, with her hands hovering over her mouth. "Hannah Turner, I love you. So much more than I ever thought to love anyone. I know I have said some silly things in the past, but I've changed. I want you, and only you. And if I stray from our marriage, you have my permission to publicly horsewhip me in the middle of town." Hannah gasped and tried to tug him up from the floor. "John, get up, please. People are looking." John just smiled. "I know, and I don't care. Marry me. This is officially the 3rd and 4th time I've asked. I love you. Surely you can't keep saying no." "Can we not talk about this later?" Hannah insisted. John saw how much Hannah wanted to leave, but she hadn't run away from him yet. She wasn't going to leave him alone on his knees, vulnerable in front of the whole ton, and that gave him hope. "No, we cannot. Now is the time. I have sold my old townhouse and bought you a house in the country. Room for your horses, as many as you want. I have renounced my old ways. What else can I do to show you how much I love you? Unless you don't love me." John swallowed. Was that it? Perhaps all of his efforts had been in vain. "Of course I love you, you bloody man," Hannah huffed, throwing her hands in the air. Relief flooded him. "Then you'll marry me." Hannah got down on her knees in front of him and gripped both of his hands in hers. The room was completely quiet. John knew all of the people present were hanging on every word that was said. The last of the spares had fallen, to his knees to be exact. "If you promise to always love me, always talk to me, and always work with me on what we need to work on. And don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me, John. Or I will take you up on that offer to flog you in the middle of town." A soft smile shimmered on her lips, and his heart rejoiced. "I promise," John said, without hesitation. "Then of course I'll marry you." A tear slipped down Hannah's cheek, and John rubbed it away with his thumb. "My Hannah," he whispered, before leaning in and kissing her lightly on the mouth. The room exploded into applause, the loudest coming from right beside them as people crowded the dance floor. John stood up and pulled Hannah to her feet with him. Rupert and Archie stood next to them, their faces beaming with huge smiles. "A celebration is in order," Rupert shouted, corralling them all off the dance floor. John and Hannah were swamped by well-wishers, and John didn't let go of Hannah at all. He knew if they were separated, it might take hours to get her back, and he didn't want to be separated from her for 1 second more than they had to be. "Perhaps we could go home," John suggested, squeezing Hannah lightly around the waist. "Our house, I think," Oliver suggested. Within the hour, they were all back at Oliver's townhouse, drinking sherry and making toasts. The ladies sat in a circle, their men standing at their sides. "To the newly engaged couple, may you always be as happy as you are today," Oliver said,
lifting his glass and clinking it with every person in their group of 8. John couldn't wipe the smile off his face. He had never been so happy in his life. "May you have many sons, but also many daughters," Archie added, rubbing his wife's pregnant belly for good measure. They all laughed at that one and clinked their glasses again. "To only one bedchamber for the rest of your days." Rupert grinned, Lizzie pinching him playfully on the leg. John returned his friend's grin, knowing that he too wished for that same thing. 7 pairs of eyes suddenly turned to look at him, and John cleared his throat. "To the spares, the most blessed of men." John smiled and looked around at his 3 friends. They had been through hell and back together, but here they all stood. Better men for it, and their women at their sides. And their beautiful, amazing ladies. All 4 ladies stood as one and raised their glasses. "To the spares and their ladies," they all recited, and, as one, drank. Epilogue. Many years later. "John Dunford, I saw you flirting with her. I did. After everything we've been through together. How could you?" Hannah wrapped her arms around herself and looked out the window of their carriage. It was so hard pretending to be upset, when inside she was bubbling with excitement for what was to come. "Hannah, my beautiful one, I don't know what you're talking about. I never did anything. The only woman I ever flirt with is you." John sounded confused, and rightly so, but Hannah persisted, trying to sound sincere. "You did. I saw you. Did you disappear with her when you went to the card room tonight?" Hannah tried again to sound teary and affronted, but she knew where he'd been all night. She'd checked the card room several times herself. He'd been there the whole time. She trusted her husband, but it always served to know what was going on. He was still a very handsome man, and she'd had to fight off many a widow and bored married lady in the past decade of marriage. "Hannah, I would never stray. I promised you I wouldn't. Please believe me." "No. I think I'm going to march straight to the stables and grab my riding crop, John. I think you need to remember to whom you belong." She turned to glare at him and saw the heat in those depths that had never stopped making her insides turn to liquid need. "I wouldn't mind something like that, Hannah, if you need to treat me like your stallion, as long as you ride me too." "Grrr!" She lashed out and hit him in the shoulder, not needing to fake her anger this time. He was such a tease. "Stop it! Aren't you satisfied enough with all those women fawning all over you? It's because I've grown fat, isn't it? They all see what I've become, and they think they can get you now." Her voice broke, and John slid over to sit beside her. Despite her facade, she could feel the truth creeping in. "You are not fat, my beautiful one. You're feeding our babes, and you couldn't be lovelier." She'd had 4 sons over the past 10 years. Twins in the past year. She was bigger than she liked, but with breastfeeding her sons, she ate a lot more than she normally did, and her body was showing the excess pounds. "I have never desired you more," John told her, his tone thick with need and the love she'd grown to desire more than air itself. The carriage slowed and then stopped. They were home. On their own country estate. A place she loved more every single day. "I don't believe you, but I do believe that whipping is just what you need, John. Let's go." She pushed open the door, and he grabbed her elbow. "Dearest, please believe me. I didn't do anything wrong tonight." They'd gone to a small dinner party with local gentry, and she had encouraged one of the women to flirt with her husband. She knew he'd enjoyed it, but she also knew it had been harmless fun. She hurried out of the carriage, unable to continue this charade much longer. She'd thought it would be easy, but the woman she'd arranged to flirt with her husband had reported how quickly he'd shut down any advances. John hadn't given her a moment's insecurity in 10 years, and she adored him for that. She hurried up the stairs, the front door opening as the butler anticipated their approach. She gave her cloak to the footman, and John hurried to do the same. "Hannah, please. How can I convince you how much I love you?" "Come with me." She inclined her head and headed toward the ballroom, where lights flickered and a room full of people awaited John's appearance. He grabbed her in the hallway, dragging her against his tightened body. "I still desire you, Hannah. So much. Can't you feel it?" Yes, she could, and she desired him all the more for it. "I can. And I still love you, John. I love you more with each passing day." He stepped back, worry flickering across his face. "I feel like this is a trap, Hannah." "Hardly, my love. This is me showing you how proud I am of you. All of us." She took his hand and pushed open the door. The room exploded with raucous clapping and cheering, and John fell back against the door. "Happy birthday!" Hannah held tight to his hand and pulled him closer. "Surprise, my perfect husband. I know you didn't want to celebrate your 40th birthday, but I couldn't let it pass by. Forgive my complaints in the carriage. They were all untrue." A strange grin spread across his face, and he looked at her with new eyes. "You did all this for me?" "Of course. You deserve it. Go. Enjoy the evening." She went to push him forward, but he leaned in to whisper in her ear. "You owe me a stallion ride, my beautiful wife." He grinned at her startled look, and then Rupert rushed over with a glass of whiskey for them both. Hannah took hers and winked at the big man who she'd grown to love and trust with everything in her. "We can ride later, my love." John staggered off into the fray. His whoops of joy were soothing on her heart as she watched from afar. She'd gone to a lot of trouble to find many of John's friends from school, men who had moved away or gone abroad. It had taken her months of planning, but here, tonight in their home, were dozens of people who truly loved John. Their children were all sleeping upstairs, and tomorrow a picnic would ensue, and the chaos of their huge household would be in full swing. John had conquered every fear she'd ever had. Every day had been loving and thoughtful. Still cheeky as ever, and a true devil in the bedroom, but he had basked her in love, and she had tried to do the same for him. Theirs truly was a love match. Their lives and those of their friends were happy and full. The Spares had 12 children between them, and Hannah made sure they spent time together regularly. Life was wonderful and full of love and laughter. Everything she'd ever wanted, and so much more.